So I'd like to wish you all good morning, and it's with great pleasure I welcome you to the fourth EAI Interdisciplinary Conference on Innovations and Interdisciplinary Solutions for Underserved Areas. Next slide. Okay, I'll share.
Yes, I will give it all to you.
Okay, sure. Thank you. So the year of 2020 was a momentous one for global health, for sustainability, and climate change. In addition to mammoth shifts arising from the global pandemic, it represented a deadline for the 21 Sustainable Development Goals, a new post-2020 framework for the Aichi biodiversity targets, but also unprecedented infrastructure investments across the continent. We only have about 10.5 years left of our carbon budget to reach a 1.5 degrees Celsius temperature increase. And we've seen massive declines in biodiversity in the last 50 years. But such globally interlinked challenges are particularly significant for Africa. And in addition, the progress of women in STEM and leadership positions across all sectors represents a prescient challenge for the future of our continent. Consequently, the theme of this year's conference is nature-based solutions, gender equity, and interconnectivity for climate resilience in Africa. And we have also chosen to celebrate International Women's Day and situate our conversations in the context of COVID recovery. So our program offers a range of different stimulating themes, and this is for the first time free from the comfort of your own home. A variety of sessions cover themes such as climate change and health, corporate, environmental, social governance, land use change, environmental pollution, mining, urban resilience, and information communication technology for development. And you can find the full program on our conference website. And considering such problems can only be addressed through collaboration across disciplines, InterSol is the perfect avenue for this. And our mother, Wangari Maathai, aptly put this, that today we are faced with a challenge that calls for a shift in our thinking, so that humanity stops threatening its life support system. We are called to assist the earth to heal her wounds, and in the process, heal our own. Indeed, embrace the whole of creation in all its diversity, beauty, and wonder. Recognizing that sustainable development, democracy, and peace are indivisible is an idea whose time has come. This year, InterSol is supported and held in partnership with the European Alliance of Innovation, the University of York, the University of Cape Town, the African Academy of Sciences, the Stockholm Environment Institute, and the University of Nairobi, with the support of the Next Einstein Forum, the Canadian International Development Research Centre, the African Institute of Mathematical Sciences, and Google AI Africa. Among other areas, through this kind support of our sponsors, we had fundraised for the travel of 25 international presenters, but unfortunately, this was cancelled due to the ongoing pandemic. This year, we have attracted diverse researchers from across 18 countries in Africa, Europe, and North America of presenters alone, and we have 350 delegates. Approximately 40% of these are women. As in previous years, we hope to showcase the best research from across the continent for industry, government, think tanks, research organizations, NGOs, and global and African institutions of higher education. We offer in our program a diversity of sessions, including 2 keynote speakers. We also offer 2 panel sessions on women in STEM and corporate social responsibility. In addition, we have 2 workshops on e-learning and how to measure science communication and write open editorials. We have 3 key paper presentations, and these are all based on papers which were published in a book of 20 conference proceedings published by Springer, which is available on the Springer website. In addition, we have spotlights for Ignite presentations from 8 exciting speakers. And finally, we have a hallway where we have posters, which you can find online at this link below, which we'll also paste in the chat, and you can find on the content program. And in order to enhance our interactive digital experience, we have a gala dance, a Zuma gala dance today, which will be hosted by a professional dancer that will use a variety of fusion songs, including African beats, to bring together our diverse community. We'll have breakout rooms. We encourage you to present questions in the chat during and at the end of presentations, and our moderators will ask selected questions on your behalf. And we'll also have some polls which we ask you to answer. Of course, this is not possible with the hard work of our team in the last 2 years. In particular, I'd like to thank Assane Gueye, my co-chair of Senegal, Elena Davydova, our conference manager of Slovakia, our publications chair, Adam Heinovich of the UK, our workshops chair, Nasif Talatankam of Cameroon, our poster and PhD track chair, Hamidu Seki of Tanzania, our publicity and social media co-chairs, Maimona Diop of Senegal, David Mamoun of Mamoutan of Benin, and Amaya Vijay Singha of Sri Lanka, our graphic designer, Ave Kerodur of Mauritius, our publicity manager, Aisha Dem of Senegal, and I'd also like to thank the other TPC members, Ghada Bassioni, Edmond Githoro, Sangani Mobochi, Dieter Brandt, and Henry Gandhi. And of course, I'd like to thank all the moderators, the speakers, and as well as you, the audience, for your active contributions. Of course, there's also the Technical Program Committee, which we send many thanks. So as I conclude, I'd like to encourage you to use the social media platforms of Twitter, LinkedIn, Facebook, and the conference website to continue the discussion. And we wish you an excellent interdisciplinary gathering. And we hope that this will facilitate longer-term collaborations for solutions-oriented research that contributes to evidence-based decision-making towards a sustainable African future. Thank you.
Distinguished guests, colleagues, friends, and partners of the African Institute for Mathematical Sciences, AIMS, and the Next Einstein Forum, NEF. On behalf of AIMS in general and NEF in particular, it is really an honor for me to deliver these remarks. A warm welcome to the 4th edition of the EAI International Conference on Innovation and Interdisciplinary Solutions for Underserved Area, InterSol 2021. I will start my remark with a little bit of background about AIMS for those who have not heard of our organization and the NEF initiative before. Founded in 2003, the African Institute for Mathematical Sciences, AIMS, is a Pan-African network of centers of excellence for innovative scientific training, technical advances, and breakthrough discovery and public engagement in mathematical sciences. Through the Next Einstein initiative, AIMS ecosystem of transformation continues to be expanded across Africa with centers of excellence in South Africa, Senegal, Cameroon, Ghana, and Rwanda, as well as chapter in Canada and Europe. AIMS' mission is to enable African brightest students to flourish as independent thinkers, problem solvers, and innovators capable of propelling African futures, scientific, educational, and economic self-sufficiency. The Next Einstein Forum is one of the strategic public engagement initiatives of the African Institute for Mathematical Sciences. Through its strategic pillars, such as the community of scientists, industrial linkages, and science communication, the main objective of NEF is to connect science to humanity. On behalf of NEF, we are proud to note that 2 key members of the organizing committee of InterSol, the general chair, and one of the technical program committee co-chairs, namely Jessica and Assane, respectively, are both NEF fellows and active member of the NEF Committee of Scientists. You understand why AIMS is so excited, not only to be involved in this conference, but also to provide the necessary support and contribute in making this edition of InterSol a successful conference. Armed with an agile spirit, the African Institute for Mathematical Sciences continuously seeks to turn challenges into opportunities using innovative thinking to respond to difficult circumstances. The ongoing and evolving COVID-19 pandemic forced many organizations that had planned large public gatherings and conferences to re-examine how to deliver such events within this new normal. After several months of consultation with stakeholders, including the colleagues from InterSol, hence resolved to move the 2020 Next Action Forum Global Gathering online, which took place from 8 to 10 of December 2020, and we were able to deliver a successful scientific forum. Africa's active contribution to the global scientific community is critical for progress. Connecting science, society, and public policy in Africa to the rest of the world, hence leverages scientific conversation for human development. Hence launched the Next Einstein Forum Global Gathering to give a voice to our scientists, especially women and youth. Each edition of the NEF Global Gathering brings together a global audience of policymakers and researchers who engage in dialogues around the grand challenges of our continent and work together to address them, convening both the world-leading scientists and a new generation of emerging African scientists. The NEF stimulates and unites a generation of African scientists who will change the future face of science. Although we wish this edition of InterSol was part of our last virtual NEF Global Gathering, we understand why this was not possible. We are indeed happy that the organizing committee decided to organize this conference virtually. We therefore believe in supporting such initiatives, especially those which are led by active members of NEF Committee of Scientists. In line with the mandate of the NEF Global Gathering, InterSol gathers participants from public and private sector organizations from academia and top scientists around the world in light of the new reality created by the COVID-19 pandemic to address a set of globally interlinked challenges that are significant for African advancement. The theme of this conference is nature-based solutions, gender equity, and interconnectivity for climate resilience in Africa. Reflecting on the specific objective of the conference, which will guide different talks and conversations, we see clear linkages and some complementarity in terms of advancing various scientific conversations that took place during the virtual NEF Global Gathering. We look forward to the conclusion and recommendation for this conference to continue our global effort to chart African pathway out of the pandemic. Finally, I would like to thank Jessica and Hassan for leading this great conference. We are grateful to all our partners, including the International Development Research Center and Global Affairs Canada, who through the EMS Mathematical Sciences for Climate Resilience grant provided us with the necessary support to have made this event a great success. Thank you very much for giving EMS an opportunity to deliver this remark, and thank you very much for your kind attention.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, let me welcome you to the EAI InterSol 2020, the fourth-year international conference on innovations and interdisciplinary solutions for underserved areas. My name is Elena Davydova, and I am the manager of this conference. Due to the safety concerns and travel restrictions caused by COVID-19, EAI InterSol 2020 has been postponed and is taking place online now. Therefore, unfortunately, I'm not able to meet all of you in person, and I'm using this opportunity to address the organizing committee, the authors and participants on behalf of the EAI. Thank you all for being a part of this conference. In particular, I would like to thank the General Chair, Dr. Jessica Thorn from University of York in UK, and Dr. Assane from the Lyon Diop University of Bamenda in Senegal, and the whole organizing committee for their hard and excellent work throughout the whole process of conference preparation. During today's event, there are truly many ways how you can actively participate and enjoy the online interaction. Today, during this streaming, we would like to invite you to participate in the Q&A sessions. During each video, please write your questions about the current presentation into the chat window. After the presentation is done, the session chair will ask selected questions to the author of the presentation in a live conversation. I would also like to use this opportunity to invite you to join us for the next edition of InterSol 2022. We will keep you updated, and the news about this event will be available on the conference website. Should you be interested in becoming a part of the next year's edition organizing committee or the technical program committee, please do not hesitate to contact me at my email address below. In addition, if you are interested in organizing an event with EAI, such as a conference, a workshop, or a seminar, please also feel free to email me. I will be happy to provide you with more information. Now our community manager Michal will talk more about what EAI does, who we are, and how you can get involved in our various activities. Thank you for your attention and enjoy EAI InterSol 2020, and I hope to welcome you next year again.
Hi everyone, my name is Michal Dudic. I'm the community manager at EAI, European Alliance for Innovation. It's my pleasure to welcome you at this conference and say a few words about who we are and what we can do for you and your research career. In short, EAI is a global community for a greener, healthier, and smarter world. As of today, we are home to more than 60,000 members from 167 countries, and we reach out to tens of thousands of subscribers. As an organization, we are nonprofit from day one, and what is most important to us is that we remain open to all researchers from all around the world thanks to membership that is completely free. We organize more than 100 events annually, such as this conference, and we do so in publishing partnership with Springer. I said in the beginning that EAI is a community, so let's talk about what that means and what it means for you. To put it briefly, we give our members a platform that builds their research. We do it with 3 main online community services where members come together to help each other write a better paper, get an objective review, and get recognized fairly. The 3 services in question are EAI Campus, Community Review, and EAI Index. Firstly, EAI Campus is an online app where you can meet and connect with new colleagues and get feedback on your paper as well as your presentation. In addition to that, it lets you download all full papers that will be presented at this conference, and you can vote on your favorite presentations as well as see everyone who is here and connect with them. You can do this right now if you go to EAI Campus website, campus.eai.eu. Next, we are improving the classic conference review process with community review. It has already been in use at all our events since 2019, and we were very excited to hear a lot of positive feedback from program committee members regarding the reliability and the speed of the community review. Let's talk briefly about what community review does. Essentially, it is a website that shows abstracts of papers that are right in the middle of the review process, as long as the authors allow it, of course. And all EAI members may then bid to review specific papers. When they submit their bid, they put in their bio and their qualifications, which are sent to the program committee, who can then decide whether or not this bidder is qualified to review the paper they bid on. This relatively easy access to review opportunities means that bidders really need to put their best foot forward if they wish to be selected, which improves the quality of the entire review process. At the end of the day, this benefits you, the author. And last but not least, let me tell you a thing or two about EAI Index. EAI Index is our credit-based evaluation system that we rolled out this year to all of our conferences and journals that will allow you to climb the global ranks of EAI community and get recognized for your work. It calculates a number value for most actions you make, such as getting your paper accepted or submitting a review, and these numbers accumulate for 12 months. At the end of this 12-month period, we put together a ladder of all EAI members, and the ones at the top receive a nomination to one of the membership ranks: senior member, distinguished member, or fellow. For each action that is eligible for EAI Index credits, we'll look at the quality of your action as it was evaluated by another member of the community, such as, for example, the review score of your submission. To make sure that the system is fair to newcomers, every 12 months the credit count gets erased, the ones at the top receive their nominations, and every member starts at 0 for the following 12 months. And finally, Smart Submit is a collaboration feature that is coming later this year. It will allow you to submit your research ideas and your work in progress abstracts to get the kind of help and feedback you're looking for. Maybe you are looking for co-authors, maybe you would like to find a mentor or a mentee, or maybe you want to find out how the community feels about your idea. This is what Smart Submit is designed for. Ultimately, it's about helping you write a better paper and increasing your chances of getting accepted. Again, we will be launching this feature later this year, so stay tuned. And so I'm going to leave you with many different ways to get engaged at different levels. There are lots of opportunities in many of our events and publications, which means many ways to connect with people and collaborate. You may learn more about everything I just talked about at our website, eai.eu. These services exist to help you and to make your lives easier, so we encourage you to send us your comments, ideas, and feedback to community@eai.eu. And if you're interested in volunteering and contributing, you can let us know at the same email address. Don't forget that you can use EAI Compass to vote on presentations in real time to determine which ones are the best, as well as to download all full papers that will be presented today. Just make sure that you log in using the same email address as the one you used to register to this conference. Thank you very much for your attention. Please enjoy the conference, and I hope we will see everyone online soon.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Hopefully that works, and you should see my screen now. So I'm Rob Marchant from University of York, and it's really a great pleasure to be with you over the next couple of days to really work on these issues around nature-based solutions, gender equity, interconnectivity, climate resilience. Clearly, there's lots of challenges ahead. And I guess the African continent is maybe at the forefront of some of those challenges. And I guess you as researchers are at the forefront of trying to look at solutions. And, you know, obviously there's been lots of fora over the years trying to work out solutions for whatever the challenges could be. If they're developmental challenges, challenges around sort of gender equity, or challenges around climate change, dealing with conservation issues. And clearly, I guess many people become quite frustrated that voices don't get heard or action is often sidelined. I know certainly in the UK at the moment, we're dealing with issues around our government choices. And trying to ensure that some of the good work that we're trying to do does make a change. And again, I think this is very much at the heart of what I would like to take these next couple of minutes just to talk a little bit about how you can effect change through these types of fora, but also through your engagement in your own work. And clearly at the heart of the work we're doing is understanding nature. Some of this work is underpinned, I think, by a quote that Julius Kipenkich once said. So Julius Kipenkich was the former director of the Kenya Wildlife Service, who then went on to work for Equity Bank. We've lost contact over the years. But essentially he mentioned that, what was it? Yeah, so all nature is underpinned by the interaction between sunlight and plants. So everything that we do, everything that we are, all of our economies, all of the developmental challenges, responses to climate change, ultimately are reliant on nature. And clearly there are many, many challenges around how nature is responding to climate change, how it's responding to population growth, land use conversions. And of course, we know there are many direct drivers, but also many indirect drivers around demographic and social change. Clearly, conflicts and epidemics are at the heart of some of the sort of contemporary concerns. As I mentioned, we have our own institution and governance challenges at the moment, and I know from decades of working across East, West, and Southern Africa, again, often institutional and governance challenges are often quite tricky to deal with. But at the heart of those things are societal values. We as individuals and communities and institutions can effect change. And I think this again is at the heart of what hopefully we'll hear much about over the coming days in all the various fora and dialogues that Jessica and Adam mentioned earlier on. And ultimately, there are leverage points. And I think some of the work which is going to be presented over the coming days will be very much around effecting that change, ensuring that there is gender equity, ensuring that there are pathways to deal with challenges around climate and around developmental issues. And particularly looking at what those leverage points are, both individually and through your institutions. And obviously, I know many people on the in InterSol are the earlier stages of their careers. I mean, certainly as you go through those career pathways, you will get in position where your leverage maybe becomes a little bit more opportune. But again, change can happen, and change is happening through many fora. Clearly, this year is another Conference of the Parties, 26th now, hosted by the UK, or jointly hosted by the UK and Italy, to take place in October. Again, we'll see how that pans out with COVID. But there's other important initiatives on the go at the moment, particularly when we think around nature, the Intergovernmental Panel on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services, the Convention on Biological Diversity, again, plenaries and renegotiations of those treaties coming up. And clearly at the heart of a lot of this work is the Sustainable Development Agenda, and also, importantly, in the context of this conference, the African Union Development Agenda of 2063. So I'm really looking forward to the next couple of days. Really, that's all I wanted to sort of say in my 7 minutes of address, and just really looking forward to hearing about work from the community across the African continent. I think the organisers have put together a fantastic programme with lots of different opportunities to engage, to think about how best to communicate your findings, how best to maybe have that pivot so that you can leverage maybe and punch above our weight. And I very much look forward to the next couple of days, and I pass it back now to the organising committee. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Rob. A really good tone to set the conversation for this conference. It's with great pleasure for me to introduce our first keynote speaker, Dr. Rocio-Diaz Chavez. You can see her video is still on. Rocio is a Deputy Director for Research at the Stockholm Environment Institute Africa, and she's also the Energy and Climate Change Program Leader. She's also a Research Fellow at Imperial College London and has co-chaired the UK Task 40 on Biomass Trade from the International Energy Agency. Her research focuses on sustainability assessment and the deployment of bioeconomy, land use, and natural resources. She's got wide experience for many decades working across Europe, Africa, Asia, and Latin America.
So thank you very much to Dr. Jessica Thorn, chair of the conference, and also to the organizer committee for inviting me to give this keynote. InterSol is a very important conference, and I am very happy to be again at it. I have participated in some of the previous versions, and I think it is a splendid way to connect researchers with different types of topics. And this year in particular, the topics that have been included on climate resilience, on gender, and nature-based solution, bio-based solutions are very close to this topic I'm presenting on bioeconomy, tapping natural and human resources to achieve sustainability in sub-Saharan Africa. I know it's a very long title, but I'm going to try to explain a little bit why the three topics are included here. So I think it is impossible, as Robert mentioned in his presentation, not to think about or to talk about the impacts associated to climate change, environmental degradation, and disease, particularly because of the pandemic of COVID-19. It has demonstrated many, many things. So we know that, for instance, deforestation has increased over the past 2 decades, and it is linked to a little bit over 30% of outbreaks of diseases, such as Ebola, Zika, and Nipah virus. Climate change also has accelerated and altered transmission patterns of other diseases, such as Zika, malaria, and dengue fever. And it has also caused some human displacement, and this displacement has also put more vulnerability into the human groups. Another thing is that with the pandemic, inequality has been greatly exposed, not just at international or global level, but also at national level. And we can see that also supply chains, including food supply chains, have also seen some vulnerability, and this has also increased food insecurity around the world. When we talk about bioeconomy, we talk about transitions, how we have been moving from a natural economy to a fossil economy. And now with bioeconomy, what it is trying to do is to promote green and inclusive growth and moving beyond low productivity with natural economies and also with high input fossil economies. So bioeconomy is trying to get to another level where GDP and well-being could be increased. And we see also relationships between bioeconomy and SDGs. The Agenda 2030, as you know, set up these SDGs and value creation, and these have been a form to interconnect how we manage our natural resources and how we as society can get better or improvement conditions for how we manage our resources, but also how we manage also our economy. And in bioeconomy, we see very strong these links. Particularly what I'm focusing today is on SDG 1, and on SDG 5. So this is reducing poverty and gender equity, because these are also related to the InterSol conference today. And one form that I have been working for many years, where we can also have a reconciliation in some way with sustainability, is that despite that there are three main pillars that we know are environmental, social, and economic, there is another for policy and institutions or governance. And many researchers have been working with this fourth pillar for a long time. And how we consider the regional and local level, so how we give contextuality to the topics on sustainability, while we also acknowledge that data and indicators continue to be a big problem. And that is why researchers have an important role within development, because we need access to this data in order to continue studying the different aspects within sustainability. And in particular with bioeconomy, circular economy is somehow embedded in the definition, but gender equality or gender equity has also been an important aspect, along with the economic side on livelihoods and job creation. But governance continue to be an important also aspect in terms of institutional capacity, or how the different stakeholders engage for the better management of natural resources. And I would like to give just a very brief African context for bioeconomy. So in between 1988 and 2014, the world agricultural exports grew from nearly $83 billion to more than $1.5 billion. And most of these agricultural exports from countries in sub-Saharan Africa were dominated by unprocessed agricultural products. So they increased from nearly 3 billion to over 44 billion, but all of this is raw material. And this share in agriculture has somehow declined from 3.3 to less than 3% in these years, because there is no added value. But over 30% of East Africa, in particular, GDP can be directly attributed to agriculture and other bioeconomy related sectors. And you can see here that for this case of East Africa, the amount of land area and the amount of agriculture, forest, and also inland waters is quite significant for the region. If we consider the agriculture sector, including fishery and forestry, value added of in terms of percentage for the GDP, it's also very relevant. You can see here we included Ethiopia because I'm going to explain this project that we have in East Africa. But you can see here the case of Kenya, South Sudan, Tanzania, Rwanda, and Burundi, and how much it is in reality of this GDP is quite significant. But again, most of it tends to be raw material. So there are many definitions of bioeconomy around the world, and of course, Europe and North America have been very advanced in terms of this. But also in East Africa, through an engagement we have with BioInnovate to set up a regional bioeconomy strategy, we have a definition for bioeconomy in East Africa, and it is about the sustainable production and use of biological resources and knowledge to support the industrial sector with bio-based products, to protect the ecosystem services and mitigation of climate change, but also to put forward this innovation in bio-based process products and business models that can also contribute to job creation and better well-being. And we can see different approaches of bioeconomy: systemic approach, where there is policy coherence. So bioeconomy very strongly interlinked with climate, resource efficiency, environment, agriculture, etc. Global perspective, like for example, in the case of Europe, they are very strongly dependent on biomass production in other parts of the world, but we are looking at some of this biomass trading. Governance, it's another approach where technological innovations need to be also linked or accompanied by institutional innovations, and the demand side, because without changes in consumption, a sustainable bioeconomy transition will not be possible. And this is related mostly to the north, to the global north, but the global south has also been increasing it, particularly those countries that are in transition and transitional economies. So the project I was mentioning, this Eastern African Regional Bioeconomy Strategy, with all these organizations that are involved, has been looking at 4 thematic areas. One that is the food security and sustainable agriculture, a second one on health and well-being, a third one on bio-based industrial development, and a fourth one on sustainable energy. And these thematic areas came out of different consultation processes with the countries in East Africa. So this is what all these countries have put forward in terms of what they consider are the main areas where bioeconomy should be helping to increase the economy, to make it better for their communities, for their own countries, and to stimulate it at a regional level. So this strategy is looking to catalyze and support this innovation and sustainable use of bioresources, which are really the major drivers for this inclusive economic growth and job creation for East Africa. So you can see here as well that food and nutrition, health, environment, and improved livelihoods are at the core of the objectives of this bioeconomy. But we have to recognize that some infrastructure and logistics are still needed apart from other aspects related to these main goals. And going back again to the main topics of this conference is why gender equity? We have put also at the core of the strategy gender equity because women are often the head of the households in rural areas and regions of poverty. They are the homemakers and carers of the families. Most of the time, they are not included in the decision-making process, particularly in patriarchal societies. And in large operations, this is also going a little bit into the industrial aspect. There are mostly male managers, and often there is a preferred male workforce. There is lack of access to land and land tenure, or lack of access to funds for business. And if we see the women's share of employment worldwide, in the economic sector, total working age population, you can see that women are still between the 20 to 40 and nearly 60%, depending on the region where you are. And you can see that, as I mentioned before about data and indicators, for the case of Africa, there is still a lot of data needed to complete the map. In terms of women in science, researchers, it gets a little bit better in terms of the data that is available, but it is still not even nearly 60%. And in terms of the health and social sector, it is still very undistributed in the case of Africa. And it is important for the aspects of bioeconomy because there is no guarantee that the bioeconomy will be equally beneficial to all groups in society. Actually, we consider that it may in fact reinforce or even deepen existing gender and social inequalities if it is not taken care of properly. And even though women and men are generally equally interested in sustainable production, they have differentiated access to resources, knowledge, labor, and the technocratic approaches often sidelines this potentially adverse socioeconomic, cultural, and gender impact. So we need this gender and social equity lens to get the most of this. So I just want to explain how some selected indicators and index related to gender equity can be applied to these cases. So there are some indexes that are better known worldwide. So we have this indicator on women's economic rights that it's looking at, for example, equal pay for equal work, free choice of profession, among other indicators. We have the social institutions gender index from the OECD. It measures discriminatory social institutions and affect the lives of women and girls around the world. We have the Gender Inequality Index from UNDP, looking at 4 topics: reproductive health, empowerment and economic status. And the Global Gender Gap Index, also very well known, same as with the UNDP, where it covers gender gaps across 4 dimensions: economic opportunities, education, health, and political leadership. And the last one is on the ILO, the International Labour Organization, and it is about the female representation in the employment sector. So using the same countries that I mentioned before for East Africa and the social hotspot index, it is a database that utilizes indexes from all these frameworks I just mentioned. I just wanted to run it just to see how it could be related to bioeconomy in the region, and particularly selecting 5 sectors: cereal crops, fishery, forestry, chemical, or industrial aspects in chemical and manufacture. And just as a kind of an exercise, I look at it from the poverty side, and that is related to labor laws and poverty related to wages. And you can see from here 3 main areas that are the most difficult for women and in general for poverty in the region. For the 5 countries, just selecting the cereal grains in this case, and it is labor laws. So there are not adequate labor laws, or this is a risk. The ILO conventions have not been ratified, and the risk of wages being under $2 per day, which is something we very well known for the case of sub-Saharan Africa. While in terms of the gender equity, 3 main areas also came as very high and high risk, and one of them is these economic rights indicators, and the second one is on the institutions and gender index, and the third one is on the gender inequality index. So these come as very high risk, and this is something that we should be looking closely. So these have these challenges. We still need data that needs to be updated with changes in the indicators and indexes. We need to find better proxies for the bioeconomy topics. We need to have better primary and reliable data from stakeholders. And in terms of advantages, recognizing these differences, these risks, is something for consideration of poverty and gender indicators, recognizing these international frameworks and how to move to the next processes. So the considerations for more equity. We need to think about all these trade-offs and synergies in bioeconomy and social issues and consider all the vulnerable groups. So not just gender, youth is also a very important group. So to finalize, I just want to remind us that next year will be the anniversary of the UNDP Stockholm conference, where most of the activities that we are conducting regarding environment protection is from the UNEP. So we have to come back to some of the core ideas that were at that time, but how we can adapt them in the future. At that time, there was no this extreme aspect of climate change. There were not so much ideas about the pandemics really coming in the way that we have seen it in the last year. So it is a time for reflection, a time to consider how we can better integrate our research and tools methods that we have advanced from 1972. So it's going to be 50 years since that time, and how we can integrate new approaches either for biodiversity conservation or for bioeconomy with blue economy as well, and how we can integrate again all our policy agendas to consider really sustainable development and what it implies, not just for women, for youth, for all the vulnerable groups, but also in terms of our future with maybe a different paradigm in terms of our economic values as well. This is the only thing I think it is possible to do for the years to come. And I think this InterSol conference, it's a perfect way to bring together researchers who are concerned about all these issues. With this, I want to thank again the conference committee, organizer committee, and I welcome your comments and questions. Thank you very much.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Rocio. And I'll now hand over to Maimona to field the questions.
Thank you very much, Rocio. It has been very interesting how you have spotted how the questions, this bioeconomic question, has been related to interdisciplinarity and gender equity that are our focus in this conference. One question we have is, you have pointed out the fact that while we have a good part in the export of agricultural products, this is low in terms of money value because it's unprocessed food. But we also know that fossil fuels has been an enabler for industrialization. So how can we reconcile these needs of industrialization and sustainability?
Thank you. I think that is the question that most of us have. We know that fossil fuels have been a key aspect for many of the countries in the global north for their development, and that this is something that we have been considering in terms of climate justice. How do we really reconcile this in terms of the countries who are not the big emitters, like in the global south, and particularly sub-Saharan Africa, where this is not one of the main issues. This has been one of the main criticisms for the NDCs. There needs to be a little bit more emphasis into climate change adaptation rather than on climate change mitigation. It is really impossible to think about this. We have been conducting some studies about this. One of the things that, at least from my side, it really puzzles me is really to see the amount of money that comes out from all these exports of raw material from Africa. What happens with this amount of money? It is really remarkable to see it. Why it is not really going into the livelihoods of the people? Why it is really not going into more into adaptation? This is something that I think that we as researchers need to focus our efforts on that. Development is not about, and I think all my colleagues from Africa know it better, it's not just about aid. Development is also what can be done in the countries. And I think this amount, again, is really possible. We need to see what is happening with that and where we are focusing the efforts in terms of development for the global south. How we really, as you mentioned, how we can reconcile all these aspects. But for me, two areas are very important. How we can really integrate the private sector in these aspects along with the government. We really need to look forward to these private-public partnerships and do it in a global way. So not just the local, but really in a global way. How the big companies are really conducting their businesses in other parts of the world, particularly in the global south. And also the second one would be really, how do we invest more into this type of research, and particularly encouraging women to go more into this type of research, and also involving more the youth. Not everybody needs to go to university. I think that technical schools are also very important for the bioeconomy as well. But encouraging students and providing them the facilities to move forward into this kind of studies and see how they can be integrated into the industrial side, or productive side, sorry.
Thank you a lot, Rocio. I think that we can continue the discussion much longer, but time is asking to next. We have a question from Negar that I will redirect for you if you are kind enough to answer to her or him directly from the chat as we process the next step.
Thank you,
Rocio, for that talk. It was
thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much, Rocio. And indeed, it's really where the conversation needs to be going, in the sense of how we use the same kind of incentives that drives most decision-making processes in different sectors. All right, so now we are going to pass on to the first, it's with pleasure that I introduce the next session, which is the first paper presentation.
Yes, good morning, everyone. Nice to see so many faces. And it's really nice to follow Rocio's presentation, which I thought was really excellent and actually lays, I think, some of the key foundations and themes that we probably touch on in this, the first paper presentation around the development impacts on social ecological systems. I think we have 4 great speakers. I'll just introduce myself first to everyone. So my name is Dr. Adam Heinovich. I'm a visiting research associate at the Department of Biology at the University of York in the UK, and now currently a research associate at Living Deltas at Newcastle University. And I'll be moderating this session. I'm also part of InterSol and Publications Chair. So as I was saying, we have really 4 diverse speakers with 4 really interesting presentations. So first we'll hear from Rebeca Biancardi, the University of Cape Town, a research assistant there, and Rebeca will be talking about how to mainstream nature-based solutions for climate adaptation in Eastern Africa and Southern Africa in terms of informal settlements. We'll then be followed by Harrison Idowu, who's a lecturer at Ain University in Nigeria, and Harrison will be talking about the interaction between environmental protection and democratic governance in the context of the Niger Delta. Thirdly, we'll have Dr. Catherine Sang, and Catherine is an environmental scientist based at the University of Nairobi, and she's part of the Development Corridors Partnership. And Catherine will be talking about the interaction and interlinkages between climate change, linear infrastructure, and water resources. And then finally, we have Dieter Brandt, who's an architect and ecological design expert based in Germany and Namibia, and founder of Advanced Environmental Design Initiatives. And Dieter will be exploring sort of historical and contemporary development impacts on landscapes and ecosystems with an eye to future sustainability pathways. So really great presentations ahead. And just before we get to the videos, I just want to remind people, do post your questions in the chat throughout. We'll take a selection of those to put to our speakers at the final 10 to 15 minutes of the presentation, and also do remember to tweet about what you're hearing and seeing and so on. So without further ado, I shall get to the full video presentation. Thank you.
Hello everyone, thank you Jessica and Adam and all organizers for giving me the opportunity to be here today. The presented paper is Mainstreaming Nature-Based Solutions for Climate Adaptation in Peri-Urban Settlements, which is in its final stages of review in the Journal of Landscape and Urban Planning. The paper is part of 2 ongoing research programs, Urban Ecolution and Peri-Urban Resilient Ecosystems, and the research was made possible thanks to the collaboration of PhD and master students from Sub-Saharan Africa, Southeast Asia, and Europe, as well as the Universities of Cape Town and York, NGOs and local organizations in Namibia and Tanzania. Today we will be mainly looking at 3 questions. What constitutes green infrastructure in peri-urban settlements? How do green spaces in peri-urban areas contribute to socio-ecological resilience? And what are the key barriers to mainstreaming public green spaces? Then I will finally present some positive avenues to enable the use and uptake of nature-based solutions. Today, about 59% of the Sub-Saharan Africa population resides in peri-urban areas. These are urban-rural transition zones with unregulated infrastructure, generally lacking basic services like water, electricity, and sanitation. These informal settlements often develop around hazardous riparian zones, which explains why enhanced climate variability disproportionately impacts these communities and why it's important to raise awareness of nature-based solutions. Nature-based solutions can provide opportunities for such communities to mitigate and to adapt to climate impacts. They can attenuate floods, they can maintain genetic diversity, they can alleviate malnutrition and facilitate social cohesion, as well as support recreation. Unfortunately, the reality is that in densely populated and unplanned areas, green infrastructure is increasingly being diminished, undermined, and sealed by built-up areas. Urban green infrastructure are systems that mimic natural processes to infiltrate, evapotranspire, or reuse stormwater runoff with ecosystem services co-benefits. Some examples include revegetating slopes, hill forestation, terracing, urban agriculture, and clearing invasive alien plants. The two study sites were Dar es Salaam, which is flood-prone and one of the fastest growing cities in sub-Saharan Africa, and Windhoek, which is drought-prone and landing point for rural urban migrants. These study areas offer broad regional coverage, a range of population sizes, inland versus coastal location, growth rates, and two areas that remain data deficient. We did a rapid evidence review. We developed an barrier analytical framework. We did a high resolution household survey of 832 respondents. We did 120 key informant reviews, as well as a participatory scenario planning workshop. And we did thematic, descriptive, and statistical analysis. So looking at the results, one of the key findings is that according to the perception of residents living in peri-urban areas of Windhoek, urban green infrastructure are communal meeting areas, green areas along the river and playgrounds, whereas in Dar es Salaam, there are green areas along the river, grassland, football fields, and irrigated or rain-fed communal cultivation areas. How do the spaces in peri-urban green peri-urban settlements contribute to socio-ecological resilience? We use the framework of the Millennium Ecosystem Services, and we found that provisioning services are quite predominant in terms of fruit and medicinal resources, as well as grass for livestock feed and vegetable for household consumption or sale. These public spaces are very important for shade, particularly air quality, carbon sequestration, controlling erosion, and reducing water velocity. Beautification, psychological comfort, and exercise are strongly valued. And finally, many residents see birds and domestic animals, but also reptiles and snakes. In terms of the key barriers to mainstreaming public spaces, we found that different barriers exist at different institutional levels. At the household level, financial barriers were most important. At the national level, legal and institutional barriers persisted. At the municipal level, design, performance, and maintenance of green spaces was significant. Whereas at the communal level, land use change and spatial trade-offs in terms of the multifunctionality of the space was most predominant. I will look at a few of these for the purpose of today's discussion. So in terms of design, performance, and maintenance, many residents and key informants lack data availability in terms of what are the costs associated to it, their values, and their actual extent. There is also a lack of globally acknowledged and standardized guidelines that can be tailored to local resource requirements. And we found that there are technical capacity gaps, like, for example, the natural urban stormwater drainage systems. In terms of legal and institutional barriers, many municipal officials continue to retain a pro-grey infrastructure mindset. Why? Because of perceptions of higher costs, low return on investment, historical preference, and sometimes also relative ease. Both cities have a history of inefficient top-down master planning that focuses mainly on economic development and is fraught with long bureaucratic processes. Another important barrier is a lack of land regularization and ownership rights. In Windhoek settlements, 99% lack formalized tenure, which of course is still for individuals and communities incentives to ameliorate green spaces. The third key barrier is financial barrier. Inadequate financial resources are at least partly the result of short-term disbursement of public fundings, which are linked to political cycles. These hardly consider ecological succession rates, and there seems to be a lack of integrated assessments of green infrastructure, where ecosystems' monetary and non-monetary values are acknowledged. And finally, ecosystem disservices. Many residents perceive that there is vandalism, petty crime, alcohol use, theft, and drug use in these places. They also perceive physical risks from wild animals like baboons, snakes, and reptiles, and they are exposed to health hazards. In our area particularly, we saw that the spread of waterborne diseases like hepatitis E, cholera, and typhoid were associated to these spaces. So let's look at some key enablers. First, we found that an integrated landscape approach would could balance competing demands and multiple land uses, whilst countering historical inequalities is extremely important. Coordination platforms as well as important to overcome conflicting ordinances. There's a need to accelerate, simplify land tenure and to upgrade informal settlements. We believe that local community engagement is central, particularly for long-term maintenance, security, and surveillance. There is a need to foster a shared sense of responsibility, place, and memory and meaning of public spaces, as well as to proactively plan for agricultural livelihoods in violence and scale up monetary and non-monetary valuation of ecosystem services and its internal costs. Finally, some key remarks that I would like you to take home with you. Urban green infrastructure can help urban transition towards resilience. Green infrastructure and the associated ecosystem services are highly valued among people in informal settlements, even if urban settlements continue to exhibit a path towards the densification at the expense of ecological space. Unfortunately, most municipalities continue to adopt pro-grey mindsets and sometimes are reluctant to integrate urban green infrastructure into their capital projects. And unless action is taken, the degrading landscapes will continue to exacerbate historic inequalities and increase the vulnerability of these communities. Here you can find 2 policy briefs that were recently published. And as I close, I would like to thank all of you for listening to me today, as well to the collaborators and funders. And please feel free to get in touch with me if you would like to discuss this further. You can find my email in this line. Thank you very much.
Good day, everyone. My name is Harrison Idowu from the Adekunle Ajosun University in Nigeria, and my co-author is Ismail Isano, a postgraduate student of the Obafemi Awolowo University. Thank you for the privilege to participate in this year's InterSol conference. The topic before us these days is the environmental protection in Nigerian democracy, the Ogoni cleanup in perspective. As a way of introduction, this paper examines the progress made thus far on the Ogoni land cleanup exercise in the Niger Delta region of Nigeria. The Niger Delta region of Nigeria is the country's most endowed region in terms of mineral resource deposits. The region contributes the largest quota to the country's annual GDP, that is gross domestic product, owing to the fact that it houses the country's economic base, that is crude oil. Paradoxically, however, the region has remained devastated owing to the side effects and remains of mining activities. Not misplaced, therefore, that who posits that no nation, no people had suffered so terrible in the petroleum quest than the Ogonis. Before you hear sites of environmental degradation in Ogoni land, we can see trees suffering from the effect of oil spillage. We see how the soil has been adversely affected by oil spillage, and even the water is not spared in Ogoni land from the effect of oil spillage. The region consistently endures oil spillage, gas flaring, oil bunkering, and militancy, all products of mining activities in the region. These mining aftermaths have resulted in polluting land, water, and air, so much so that most of the people now suffer from one ailment or the other. Furthermore, the lands in the region suffer from excessive chemical emissions, and most of the lands have lost agricultural value and nutrients, thus making farming and fishing, which are the major operations in the region, a moribund enterprise. The Niger Delta region thus suffers from oil exploration by way of taking jobs, that is farming and fishery, away from the people, and impacting on them sicknesses and diseases, and even insecurity, among other numerous challenges. Ogoni land is a small community in Rivers State in Nigeria, and it has been the worst hit of the environmental challenges in the Niger Delta region of Nigeria. For instance, the report of the United Nations Environment Program shows that there is an unimaginably dangerous concentration of benzene in the air and drinking water in Ogoni land. The report also shows that Ogali in Element local government area of Ogoni land, that is a small community in Ogoni land, had in its air and drinking water a benzene concentration which is 900 times higher than World Health Organization's minimum requirement. The report further revealed a high concentration of hydrocarbons in the drinking water, up to the tune of 1,000 times higher than the recommended level for Nigeria. Given the severity of the environmental issues in Ogoni land, UNEP averred that it would take up to 30 years to clean up the land, and it recommended an initial injection of $1 billion into the cleanup. Despite the weight of the environmental situation in Ogoni land, the Nigerian government over the years no attempt to salvage the situation. In 2016, President Muhammadu Buhari's democratic government set pace for the comprehensive cleanup of Ogoni land. To kickstart the cleanup project, the Nigerian government set up the Hydrocarbon Pollution Remediation Project, that is the HYPREP, to ensure the implementation of UNEP's recommendations. Since 2016, it has been 5 years down the lane. How has Ogoni cleanup fared under a democratic government, which ideally is supposed to guarantee the human rights of the people? What are the challenges and prospects of the cleanup exercise? These are the questions this paper sought to provide tangible answers. The research method adopted for this study is the exploratory research design using the qualitative method. The study relied on primary and secondary data sources. Primary data were sourced from semi-structured interviews. Interviews were conducted with 20 purposively and randomly selected key informant respondents, drawn from among residents of Ogoni land who constitute the local population. From this population, 10 respondents were drawn. Also, 4 respondents were drawn from social justice crusaders and environmental activists who were conversant with the Ogoni cleanup exercise. 3 respondents were drawn from officials of IPREP, and 3 respondents were drawn from executive members and leaders of the Ogoni community. While social justice crusaders and environmental activists, officials of IPREP, and executive members and leaders of Ogoni land were purposely selected, residents of Ogoni land who participated in the interviews were randomly selected. The purposive sampling was based on the experience, the practical involvement, and interest of respondents in the environmental issues in Ogoni land. Secondly, data was sourced or collected from relevant literature and official gazettes and documents. Data were analyzed using thematic analysis. The research findings with respect to the progress, the challenges, and the prospects of Ogoni cleanup exercise shows that although little progress has been made on the Ogoni cleanup exercise on a larger scale, however, the progress of work done since the inception of the Ogoni cleanup has been significantly slow and lacks quality. It seems to be that the cleanup exercise is continuously being politicized. The quality and pace of work in Ogoni is abysmally poor. To this extent, none of the next 27 recommendations, among which are emergency recommendations, have been fully implemented. Not even the most critical one needing urgent attention, that is, the provision of drinking water in Ogoni land, has been met. 5 years down the lane, not a single borehole has been dug in Ogoni land. The government and IPREP claim they are still working out the modalities for all of these. The fact that sharp sand is being laid to cover up messy and polluted lands speak to the quality of work going on in Ogoni land. While the government and IPREP keep canonizing the cleanup exercise, the study finds that virtually nothing is going on with respect to the cleanup exercise. There seems to be a persistent loss of human well-being and spiritual values due to the continuous activities that are unfriendly to the environment, such as artisanal refining, gas flaring, and oil spillage, which are still going on in Ogoni land, even in the midst of the cleanup exercise. This finding aligns significantly with various reports on the cleanup exercise. As a matter of fact, the report by the Friends of the Earth International shows that progress has been painfully slow. Also, the study finds that challenges such as embezzlement of funds, corruption, insincerity on the part of government and its agency, that is the IPREP, and distrust and lack of mutual understanding between IPREP and the locals of Ogoni continue to pose serious threat to the cleanup. Furthermore, insecurity in the Niger Delta, lack of transparency in the award of contracts, lack of accountability from IPREP and the government constitute other challenges currently besetting the cleanup exercise. The study also found that bureaucratic bottleneck and retipism, lack of finance, unpatriotic behavior of some members of the Ogoni community, and repollution are major threats to the cleanup exercise. Some of these challenges have also been buttressed in the reports given by Friends of the Earth International and Alabi. With respect to the prospect of the Ogoni cleanup exercise, the study finds that should the current situation persist, there is no future prospects for the cleanup exercise. Although the current democratic government has made a major stride over the past military and democratic governments by flagging up the cleanup exercise, the cleanup may not see the light of the day if its current challenges are not nipped in the bud. Friends of the Earth International's lamentation of the pace of work does not portray bright prospects for the cleanup exercise. By way of conclusion, the paper has been able to appraise the Ogoni cleanup exercise promised in 2015 and flagged off in 2016 by the current federal and democratic government of Nigeria. Although little progress has been made over the cleanup exercise, the preponderance of opinion suggests that the cleanup could best be described as an abstraction and that no significant progress has been made in the past 5 years. The Ogoni cleanup exercise continues to face a number of challenges capable of stalling the exercise and leaving the local community in the current state of environmental degradation, or even worse. From the findings so made, the paper made some recommendations. One is the need for government to be more sincere with the cleanup exercise. The government must, before anything else, put in place the emergency recommendations of UNEP, which it claims are necessary for the cleanup exercise. Government must make effort to curb the insecurity currently ravaging the Niger Delta region. IPREP must make frantic effort to build and gain the trust of Ogoni people and carry the people along in the cleanup exercise. Firms such as Shell Petroleum must cooperate and be supportive of government's effort to clean up Ogoni land. And Ogonis, that is people in Ogoni land, must see this opportunity as a lifetime opportunity and must thus cooperate with government, show patriotism, be patient with the government, and shun all forms of activities repolluting the land. Thank you for listening to me.
My name is Catherine Sam from the University of Nairobi. I work under Development Corridors Partnership Project together with Professor Daniel Olago from the University of Nairobi as well. The title of my presentation is Preliminary Assessment of Water Resources in the Standard Gauge Railway Corridor in Kenya, Impacts and Options. My presentation is divided into 4 sections as shown. I would like to first start by defining what a development corridor is, and it is an often linear geographical area identified as a priority for investment aimed to promote economic growth and development. For example, the LAPSSET and the standard gauge railway corridors in Kenya. These development corridors often comprise linear infrastructure such as roads, railways, and oil pipelines, which are normally associated with nodes such as cities and airports, among others. And despite the long history of corridors, there is still a lack of coherent guidance on how to plan, design, and assess the potential impacts of corridor projects. Furthermore, the socioeconomic developments associated with these development corridors, together with demographic pressure and the change in climatic conditions, often lead to a decline in water accessibility and hence have some implications for food security, livelihoods, and the economy in general. Why assess corridor impacts and options? First and most importantly, we should note that Kenya is a water resource limited country, which is ranked as a water scarce country, with an annual per capita available water resources estimated at 452 cubic meters. Another issue is that water pollution is very common. And also, water supply infrastructure is still underdeveloped, and water coverage currently stands at 57% in the country. It's also important to note that household areas are supplied by borehole water, which is generally limited and insufficient for distribution to all users. There is also a problem with the maintenance of water for ecosystems in most basins. There is also a rise in competing demands, which is due to population pressure and agricultural expansion, which is aggravated by risks such as climate change and economic development. We also assess corridor impacts because of the need to factor in water in corridor development planning and implementation in a largely arsonal and water scarce country, so as to ensure sufficient water for the upcoming economic development projects, the people, as well as nature. Our study area covers the SGR line from Mombasa to Kisumu with a buffer of 80 kilometers. The total area is 116,427 square kilometers. The methods that were involved include fieldwork, observation and interviews, as well as the use of secondary data. Data analysis were done in SPSS, GIS, and remote sensing softwares. The purpose of this study was to assess water resources in the SGR corridor with a view of setting a basis for further evaluation of the impacts of economic development and climate, land use, and demographic changes on water resources. And thereafter, we hope to propose adaptive nature and people-sensitive intervention measures in the development corridors. We assessed corridor characteristics that we felt that have consequences on water resources. And the first one was climate, and on climate we looked at both rainfall and temperature. On rainfall, we found that most rains are experienced around the coastal strip and the Lake Victoria Basin. The rainfall trend was also assessed, and we found that the rainfall has been increasing, but the trend is not statistically significant. On temperature, we found that the warmest region is around the coastal strip, while the coolest region is around the central part of the study area. The results on the temperature trend from 1981 to 2020 indicate that temperature has been significantly increasing, and this has an implication on the availability of water resources in the corridor and in the country in general. We also looked at water resources, and we found that the SGR traverses many water resources such as water bodies, for example, the rivers and lakes, as well as wetlands. It also traverses 4 out of the 5 major drainage basins in Kenya. That is the Athi, Tana, Rift Valley, and the Lake Victoria basins. The fact that this SGR corridor traverses many basins as well as many political jurisdictions makes it even more difficult to manage the water resource from source to point of use. We also looked at estimated water, available water resources in Kenya, and from a report from the Kenya National Water Master Plan report, we found that the water resources have generally been increasing since 2010 and are projected to even increase more up to 2050. And although these water resources seem to be increasing, it cannot cope up with the rate at which the demands are increasing. And therefore, if proper management is not put in place, we will face severe water scarcity in the near future. Water uses in the corridor were also assessed, and we found that agriculture and domestic are the major water consumers in the corridor. And the sources of this water are surface and groundwater, and it varies from place to place depending on their availability. We also found that there is lack of adequate data to facilitate the allotting of the available water for the various uses in the corridor. We also looked at the water balance across the drainage basins in Kenya, and it's important to note that the Athi River is facing water scarcity because of it has a high water demand, but the water resources are very limited as compared to the other water to the other drainage basins. For example, the Tana, the Lake Victoria have very high amounts of water resources, while the water demands are quite low. So there is need, therefore, for interbasin water transfers so as to be able to transfer water from those that have excess to those that are water insufficient. We also realize that population and irrigated areas are increasing, and thus the demand will increase. And therefore, there is need for sustainable water management for both the water supply and demand. We looked at the land use cover from 2000 to 2019, and we found that the water has been declining over time, and it is due to the fact that the vegetation cover has also decreased over time, and there's also an issue of climate change that we looked at earlier. This vegetation cover is evidenced by the decrease in forested lands, and as well as grassland and shrublands, and also an increase in bare land. There is also an increase in cropland and built-up area, and all these have implications or consequences on water resources availability in the corridor. The bare lands have been increasing mainly because of climate change and land degradation due to overgrazing. We looked at the SGR impacts on water resources, and the first one is on flash floods, which have occurred due to confinement of waterways into common channels. There are also issues to do with unrestored quarry sites, which pose risks to local communities. There are also culverts that have been found to channel water into settlement areas, causing flooding in homes and farms. There are also issues of natural water channels that have been blocked and redirected. Cases of directing water to underpasses, there are cases whereby the water that has been directed to underpasses have led to gully erosion, affecting soil cover and leading to siltation of water bodies. There are communities along the SGR corridor that have been blocked from accessing their water points. Wetlands have also been adversely affected by stone quarry, hence water table has significantly been affected. Springs have also been disrupted, for example, one around Gong Hills where a tunnel was constructed. And despite all these negative impacts, some adjacent communities have also benefited from water resources developed by contractors. For example, there are boreholes and water pumps that were handed over to them after the completion of the project. Options for sustainable corridor development. We recommend that sustainable land management should be embraced, especially in dryland areas traversed by the SGR. We also propose that stakeholder and community involvement at all stages of project development should be enhanced. We are also saying that we should ensure water security for society and ecosystems, and this should be anchored on risk-based assessments of the current and future water supplies and demands, and also explore alternative water sources to meet the growing demand. We should also incorporate climate and anthropogenic changes in the planning and adaptive management of water sources, water supplies, as well as water uses in the corridor. And finally, strategies addressing water security must be evidence-based, including, and these should include water balance assessments, which are based on spatial and temporal dimensions. And also, we should also look at supply and demand scenarios under various uncertainties, such as climate change. On the way forward, we are saying that the water resource assessment forms that we have done forms a baseline for further analysis on water accounting in the development corridors. Later, we are going to carry out further analysis on the current and future water supply and demand under various scenarios of climate change, demographic dynamics, changes in land use, among others. And this will be done using the WIP, where a few selected catchments will be modeled in the WIP model. The final outcomes are geared towards enhancing understanding of the impacts of development corridors on water resources, and that assist the developers in coming up with the most effective measures to mitigate the negative impacts for the past and future development projects. Ultimately, the outcomes of these projects will inform we hope that the outcomes of this project will inform decision makers and policy on how future development projects can be planned, designed, and implemented so as to achieve sustainable, resilient, and inclusive economic growth. Thank you very much for listening. You can get in touch using the emails provided and keep checking our website for further findings. Thank you.
Good day, my name is Dieter Brandt and I will be presenting Licensing Namibia, Intersecting an Ecosystem with an Oil Rig. When looking back at Earth from outer space, it's hard to deconstruct the colonial gaze. But what we do see are signs of life, water, and in this case, the Okavango Inland Delta in northern Botswana. And it's this water that gives life to a rich ecosystem. And currently, this particular ecosystem is under threat from the changing climate. There was a recent documentary by the National Geographic where a modern-day scientific expedition traveled from the delta all the way along the river system up into the extremities of Angola. And really, they were tracing the bird life, identifying that the bird life was beginning to shrink. So this really begs the question, of what type of threats exist within these basins. And here we have a model for a sort of hydropolitical interaction model that looks at the different indicators along transboundary river basins. And really when you think about the transboundary river basin, it begins to deconstruct these old sort of colonial narratives. And in this instance in Africa, we have 63 transboundary systems as opposed to 54 states. But what are the particular pressures on these particular ecosystems? And when you look back at history and you look back to the Berlin Conference in 1884, where we really had to scramble for Africa, where the continent of Africa was being carved up for its natural resources in order to avert a continental war. You know, this is the context for some of these territories and boundaries. But what are those same sort of competing forces today, and for what resources? And so I think it's important just to look at the climate model and say, okay, well, where are we expected to be in 50 years? And what you see is along this climate threshold, in and around the Okabanga Delta, a change of 3.5 degrees. That's significant for an ecosystem that's already been threatened. And it's really this climate threshold that's beginning to continuously shift, as shown in the Sahel region, where we've seen you know, hundreds of kilometers being changed every year, and really forcing entire communities that survive along these systems to move, to migrate, to ultimately ensure their livelihoods. And further to that, what we start seeing is this continuous degradation of these natural systems or assets. And in the case of you know, the forest systems, the Mao forests, which is part of the sort of Kenyan highlands that are, you know, feeding these lake systems. And we're seeing, you know, a continued assault, like the Amazon, deforestation in the Amazon, you know, for beef, or in this case, for agriculture, but not limited to. And so in a way, this migration then forces new pressures further downstream as they migrate and settle in economic centers like capitals. Those capitals then have to deliver from their natural systems. In this case, we're seeing, you know, the depletion of the Awas aquifer system below the city of Windhoek. And how do communities begin to organize in a sustainable way and for a just transition and a just future? Certainly, historically, this was not the case. And what we see here is forced labor in Namibia, where people are having to build new railway lines in order to extract minerals out of the country. And here in this bottom left, we have a diagram from a research paper that looks at the correlation, spatial temporal correlation between conflict and uranium mining, and not limited to Namibia. And so we had this, you know, eventual sort of process of decolonization in the 50s and the 60s. And in Namibia's case, only as late as the 80s and the 90s, where it became independent through the what was known as the War of Independence of Namibia. And this is a kind of a delayed result with other factors, externalities, you know, including the apartheid regime and the Cold War. So there was a kind of a domino effect. When the Berlin Wall fell, we saw Namibia become independent as well as South Africa. But we have a new type of gold rush today, as you know, there's a sort of a need to extract the resources that are required for this new energy transition towards a you know, a low carbon economy. What many companies are projecting, or groups are projecting, you know, a carbon neutral economy by 2050. And, you know, in this new gold rush, what pressures are put on as a result of these market forces? And how can we manage that in a sustainable way? But it seems, you know, nevertheless, it's business as usual. And in Namibia's case, you know, the hydrocarbon licensing ban has really carved up the entire country. That's already essentially on sale. And recently we've seen a major oil find in the northeast of Namibia that was, licensed and basically handed over almost entirely to a Canadian company. And this particular oil find is considered to be as large as the Eagle Ford oil fields in the United States, and is considered to be the most significant find of recent times. And really, the question is, what is this particular extraction cited on or over? And in our particular case, what we're looking at is, in fact, the Okavango Delta system that is part of that whole basin system. But not only is part of that basin system, but it's part of local conservancies, it's part of protected forests, it's part of an international sort of water treaty. It's part of the Transfrontier Peace Parks, which was an outcome post the democracy of New South Africa, where they were trying to establish ecological corridors, transboundary corridors, to allow better flow of biodiversity and animals, as well as protect communities. So the question is, what type of threat are we expecting, not only from climate change, but from this continued pressure, market pressure for extraction of resources? And the question then to you would be, what are the alternatives? What alternative pathways do we have? This particular image of elephants is from last year. There were 300 elephants that died in Botswana. Initially they thought it was a pathogen, turned out to be a bacteria. But what's making these systems more unstable? And so I've included a list of all the trades that have been trading on Recon Africa, who have this oil exploration license in this sensitive ecosystem of Namibia. And the trades are, from groups of the likes of Credit Suisse, Morgan Stanley, the Canadian Bank, National Bank Financial. And really a reminder that this process of raw mineral extraction often is, delivering a very basic consumable into your hands that you drink. And it's been financed by international banks. In the last couple of years alone, we've seen billions of dollars, billions and billions of dollars being spent on the oil and petroleum industry. At what cost? And can we afford it? At this very unique moment in our history, where we are fighting against what is considered to be a critical decade against climate change. Thank you.
Thanks. I think hopefully you all agree that that was a really interesting and diverse set of 4 really good presentations, covering quite a broad breadth of development impacts on social ecological systems. And I would like to invite all 4 speakers just to unmute and put their video on, because I think we might have, if I'm incorrect, we might have 10 minutes or so for some questions. And it was good to see that there were some comments and some questions going along in the chat. And I noted a number of these down. So maybe I'll go to Harrison first. That was a really good presentation, Harrison. And we had a question around whether you could speak a little bit more about the technical process required to clean up the oil. And kind of an additional question to that is around the role of how you tackle the issue of corruption and a lack of sufficient governance capacity in order to be able to develop an integrated approach. Is Harrison there? If Harrison's not there or is not able to speak at the moment, I'll move on, and then we can come back to Harrison if he's able to participate. So Catherine, if I could come to you, there was a question around, are there actually any water policies currently in place that can help conserve and mitigate against the current resource overuse of water within the Kenyan context?
Yeah, thank you very much for that question. Yeah, we have policies on water resource management and conservation, but unfortunately, most of the time, they are not, people do not really adhere to the guidelines that are provided. For example, we have policies to do with the water, rainwater harvesting and storage. We have issues to do with environmental flows, which most of the time are not observed. We have the policies, but now the problem is how can we make the communities or the stakeholders to be able to adhere to these guidelines that are provided under these policies. So, so I think through research and we will be able to advise on how we can strengthen these policies so that they can be more applicable and people can be able to apply them in their day-to-day activities as they make use of this important natural resource.
Thanks, Catherine. And a kind of a supplementary question to that that's sort of related was somebody mentioned the issue of water tariffs and how that could help to conserve this resource, but also the difficulty around the fact that people perhaps don't want to pay water tariffs on a basic commodity.
Yeah, I think, thank you also for this question. I think the issue here is people believe that water is free and they don't think it should be paid for. But what we need to do is to do a lot of sensitization to let these people know that we have to utilize this water in a more sustainable way. And also to be able to manage it, we also need resources. So they also need to pay for it so that the little amounts that they pay will enable us to manage and conserve this water in a better manner. So I think also enforcement of the policies around this should be done, and that will improve.
That's great. Thank you. Thank you for answering that question, Catherine. Maybe one to Rebecca. There was a question, Rebecca, around how you can actually strengthen management strategies to develop long-term green space sustainability and the involvement and inclusion of local government. I wonder whether you want to speak about some of the solutions that you identified and how that might help to build and strengthen sort of local government capacity for long-term peri-urban green space sustainability.
Absolutely. Thank you, Adam, and thank you, Damaris, and thank you everyone that presented today. Absolutely. I mean, lack of poor waste management is one of the principal causes of many ecosystems disservices. And that's not only waterborne diseases, but also the increases, as we earlier saw, of petty crime and theft and drug use. It's not only just of local government actions. But what's important, I would like to raise attention of is the role of communities in this. In fact, there's an example I'd like to bring to your attention, which is that of Korojoko, which is a slum adjacent to the Nairobi River. And there, Kenyan ex-convicts initiated a community project to transform these polluted areas, and they helped overseas and help with cleanups and streamline recycling. So next to municipal and local government action, it's important also to engage communities, as these are also key to not only having clean spaces, but also ensuring security and maintenance. I hope I answered the question.
That's great. And maybe just a slight supplementary question then, because somebody mentioned sort of disaster risk reduction, just the general relationship between nature-based solutions and that wider discussion around disaster risk reduction strategies. Do you see that as an important component going forward?
Absolutely, they go hand in hand, and they can be anyhow dislinked. Especially, for example, in Dar es Salaam, a lot of the flooding is caused by the cloggings, and that needs to be addressed immediately if we want to reduce the risk and increase the resiliency of these communities.
Great, thanks, Rebecca. And actually, maybe one for Dieter, because that was a really good talk to end on, I thought, Dieter. Maybe how would you build and strengthen institutional systems to kind of buttress those, what seem to be, you were describing these very strong economic forces for constant resource extraction that's kind of unsustainable. So how do we build those institutional systems that align with what you were talking about in terms of that, the scale of the ecosystem?
Yeah, I mean, I think what's really interesting is when you look at this historical legacy and you see how history defines itself, and you've got this wave of independence movement, and you have peace parks, you have conservancies, you have international water treaties, and somehow there's a type of disregard. All these kind of constructs or governance structures that we have in place tend to fall away. And how do we govern that? I think that's a question you're asking. And this is really an answer that I probably don't not have all the tools for, but certainly governance is seen as a critical factor, and is becoming something that's more and more relevant, especially in the marketplace. As you see, for instance, your ESGs are being set up, as a type of criteria for which companies need to pay attention to. So, environment, the social aspects, and then the governance aspect. And so in a way, you kind of perhaps need to think about how this thing is starting to reverse itself, as opposed to waiting for governments to lead, although we absolutely need the policy frameworks and those structures to be in place for order to create this type of environment. But we need the private sector and corporates to also take the lead and to kind of, by example. And I think we're beginning to see that transition. But I mean, the scary part about all of this is to see the sort of audacity of certain groups, so late in the stage, where in this particular instance, this example, you've got, actually I made a mistake in the presentation. It's much larger than the Eagle oil finds. You see that aggressive, and very open attempt to extract oil, at this stage of the game in the transition. So yeah, I think it's something that we still need to work at.
Well, I think there's plenty of work to go ahead by the sounds of it, and I think what you say really does make sense. And I think probably as a theme that will be highlighted throughout the rest of the day and probably tomorrow to some extent too.
Over to Ghada. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much, Jessica. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very happy to be with you here today. Welcome to the second paper presentation session today. Well, let's talk a little bit about it. The past 30 years have witnessed tremendous growth in the capabilities of information and communication technologies, the ICTs. The internet, for example, provides the underpinning platform for the growth of ICTs and for an emerging digital economy in which production, distribution, and consumption depend on broadband network and services. It has become a critical enabler of social and economic change, transforming how government, business, and citizens interact. It has indeed offered new ways of addressing development challenges. The Internet Society is convinced that the Internet is a unique platform for creativity, economic opportunity, and social inclusion, which can make a major contribution to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, the SDGs, adopted by the United Nations. So the ICTs are specifically mentioned in 3 further SDG targets, those concerned with ICT enrollment in higher education, women's empowerment in science, technology, and innovation. Several references to improving information in other targets will increasingly depend on ICTs and the internet. In brief, a general statement of this session is, in order to implement sustainable development, ICTs can support the delivery of every SDG. So welcome to this session. How can ICT and innovative connectivity enable for sustainable development? My name is Professor Ghada Bassioni. I'm the head of the chemistry division at the Faculty of Engineering, Ain Shaims University in Cairo, Egypt. And I just came back from a visiting professorship assignment at the Technical University of Munich in Germany. And I'm going to moderate this session today. We have actually 4 wonderful speakers, starting with my dear friend and founder of InterSol, Assane Gueye, and and then we go further to Rogers of France, and then later on, to Karen Fröhlich from Finland, and then last but not least, Didier Bassolé from Burkina Faso. So I'd like to give the floor to my friend Assane for a recorded presentation. Thank you.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in this world. My name is Assane Gueye. I am an assistant teaching professor at CIRME Africa. Today I'm going to talk about work that I studied when I was at the University of Mberi that I'm continuing, which is about an opportunistic communication and computing infrastructure to support end-to-end agriculture in Africa. This is joint work with many colleagues and students. Some of them are in this picture. So the motivation is that we all hope that by developing agriculture in Africa, we can help reduce poverty. Agriculture actually is one of the SDGs actually of the World Bank. So we are from the technology area. So to understand these problems, we went to the Association of Farmers in the region of Jubel and discussed with them about the issues that they are facing actually. And some of the issues include the lack of accurate and timely data. So basically having information when you need it. This is one of the issues that we thought that we could work with them actually to come up with solutions. So just to illustrate what I was saying in terms of lack of information before, during, and after cultivation. So these beasts that you see here called myriapod, those are some kind of parasites that are in your farm before you start your cultivation, before even you bring the grain, the seeds on the ground. But if you don't know that, they will appear later and basically hamper your production. These nice flowers are the same plants that are in your farm, but you will see them just later when it is basically too late. This is something that could happen during your cultivation. Your plants actually get sick, or they need more water, or they need more fertilizer. But if you don't know it at the time where it was needed, basically you might be taking action, but they might not be as efficient as you want. The last one is that by discussing with them also, we realize that a part of what they have in their culture actually would be sold in markets that moves from one village to a village to another village, and the idea is to get some cash flow as a needs. So sometimes they would go to a market and the buyers are not there, or the price actually was better the day before, or in a different market. So, and most of the time they might be doing things in a suboptimal way. So the common problem with these three examples is that we don't have the information when we need it. So we thought that we could help by building a communication infrastructure that can help actually spread this needed information at the time it was needed. So, and why there is no communication infrastructure in rural area? Many reasons. So some are political, economical, and so on. But it is true that the telcos have issues to deploy in the rural area because it costs a lot of money and the density of population is quite low. So if you invest too much money, it's going to take too long actually to come back. So they prefer actually deploying in the cities. So to be able to deploy in those rural areas, you have to be affordable, adequate, robust, so that when it doesn't go down too often, sustainable, as we said, but also low maintenance, because the people with the skills actually are in the cities, and when there is an outage, they would need to travel sometimes hours, sometimes days to be able to do the reparation. So these factors need to be kept in mind when developing actual infrastructure for rural area. So for us, we say, okay, let's try to do so by carrying one principle. The one principle that we have is that since we don't have infrastructure everywhere, we'll try to use the communication medium that is available to us. Okay? So basically, if you have Wi-Fi, great, use it. If you don't, can you do what you need to do with cellular data? If you don't have cellular data, can you do it using actually those near mediums like Bluetooth and Zigbee? And if none of those is available, can you use SMS to do what you need to do? If none of them, even SMS is not possible, can you do your communication in a delayed way? So basically, try to initiate now and complete later, for example, or initiate now and then someone will carry the information to another place like a bus or a drone, for example. So this is a general principle that we had. And of course, in this approach, what we want is to connect people in the villages between them. We are not trying to connect the village, at least at this point, to the internet. So let's try to connect the people together so that they can do certain things. So we studied this, and then we realized that for certain activities also we need some type of computing power, because the devices that people have are not so powerful to do some certain computation. That's what triggered actually the idea of adding actually to this communication infrastructure some edge computing, so basically some cloud computing, but near the users, so that it can help them do certain type of computation. So we did this and deployed it at the University of Bame. These are some pictures of our deployment with our students. So we realized that, and then after having the communication infrastructure, we needed to come up with a solution for this lack of information. So for the before cultivation, for example, for this beast, what we did was to develop an early detection system that uses some sensors and so on, and try to analyze the state of the ground, of the soil, and give some information which are at this point not very accurate actually, but at least some preliminary information to the farmers about the presence of this beast. Another one that we did during actually the cultivation is to develop here a remote and smart irrigation system that helps actually here in the culture of onion, which is a culture that is very particular in terms of its need in water, that is given actually by some kind of formula that you see here. And if you have more, too much or too less of what you need, you might not be optimal in terms of what you get at the end. So we developed this and implemented with some of the agricultures, the farmers in the region of Juba. And the last one, it was to develop some apps that they can use actually to advertise or to request information about availability of products in the market. So I'm trying to go to market A tomorrow to sell 2 cows. I can advertise that in the network, and people can hear that information, and hopefully the ones who need cows knows that tomorrow I can find my cows in this market. So we did these 3 applications with actually our pilot deployment. Of course, there is a lot more to do, but I just wanted to give some information, some insight about how using actually ICT we can help agriculture in rural Africa. So with this, I would like to thank you. And if you have any question, please feel free to contact me. This is my email address. Thank you.
Hello, good morning, afternoon, or evening, everyone, wherever you are. I'm Rogers Alunge, and so happy to be part of the InterSol conference of 2020. My topic is titled Consolidating the Right to Data Protection in the Information Age, which is actually a comparative analysis of a comparative appraisal of the adoption of the OECD revised guidelines into the EU GDPR, the Kenyan Data Protection Act 2012, and the Kenyan Data Protection Act of 2019. Yeah. So currently, I'm an intern with Interpol in France, in the legal office, in the Office of Legal Affairs, sorry. And while writing this research, I was this paper actually, I was a researcher at the University of Bologna at in the Center for Research in History, Philosophy, and Sociology of Law, and Computer Science and Law. So for want of time, I really have to go fast because I have a 10-minute time frame, so I'll just rush through the main points. And the plan is when you get the videos, I guess available to everyone, you can maybe pause on some places you have doubts, and we'll discuss on that at the question and answer session. So this is a general presentation of the work. And my research question is actually to find out how the EU GDPR has been instrumental in the differences between the 2012 Ghanaian Data Protection Act and the 2019 the Kenyan Data Protection Act, and yet also the revision of the OECD 1980 guidelines. And these guidelines are actually the first international instruments on the personal data processing worldwide. And it should also be noted that the Kenyan Act was adopted before the GDPR. That's the General Data Protection Regulation of Europe, which replaced the 1995 Data Protection Directive. And the Kenyan Act was adopted post-GDPR, which makes it suitable to show the influence of EU data protection development in both African data protection legislations. So basically, we all know back the rise of computers in the early 70s, which led to an increase in the capacity of people, of computers and entities like states, private, big companies to process data, and including personal data, which led to a difficulty in protecting the right to the traditional right to privacy, which is guaranteed by Article 17 of the 1966 International Convention on Civil and People's Rights. So, what actually is personal data? Well, it's actually any information relating to an identified person, names, address, username, passwords, etc., or date of birth, ID card, bank account, you name it, by which a person can be identified directly or indirectly. And data protection law actually is the policies and principles which aim to protect individuals in relation to the processing of their personal data. Like that ensures that people are information is used in line with rules which do not and which do not lead them to be deprived of their human rights. So an example is maybe not maintaining an HIV. Well, I guess just a blatant example. You know, like if not maintaining a database of HIV-infected persons to avoid risk of stigmatization in case the database is breached. So it's just information protection. So basically, due to the rise of computers and in processing personal data, we noticed in the US it led to what we call the Fair Information Practices, which were a set of principles published by the US Department of Health, which actually influenced the creation of the OECD guidelines on the protection of privacy and data and trans-border flows of personal data of 23 September 1980. So these principles are correction limitation principle, data quality principle, purpose limitation, use limitation, security safeguards, openness, individual participation, and accountability. So we'll see all this in, briefly as we go on in detail. So these rules have been transposed into the EU GDPR, Ghanaian Data Protection Act, and Kenyan Data Protection Act. Like I said, there was the 1995 directive first in Europe, then the Ghanaian Data Protection Act came in place, which actually we copied a lot from the European legislation. Then the GDPR came, which modified a few things, and then the Kenyan Data Protection Act came again, which now was copied from the GDPR. So there will be some discrepancy between the Ghanaian Data Protection Act and the Kenyan Data Protection Act based on the amendments done by the EU GDPR. So it's just a way to see how EU data protection law influences African data protection law. So here is a brief presentation of the acts which are comparing and analyzing. And some other key points to note that the African legal systems of common law and civil law are both inherited from European powers during inherited from the colonial period. and also the extraterritorial influence of EU data protection law, known as the Brussels effect, because of the huge influence of the European markets. So if companies want to trade with the European market, they have to adapt to European systems. Europe has over 500 million consumers, so it makes it a really lucrative market. And African states and EU data protection development greatly influence African data protection legislations based on this, because the states want to align with the EU data protection standards in order not to miss the market. So these are the principles which we shall go briefly. I wouldn't really talk much on them because of want of time, so I'll just skip through them. There's a collection limitation principle, the data quality principle, purpose specification and use limitation, and how they are manifested in all these acts, security safeguards principle, openness principle, individual participation principle, and the accountability principle, and security breach notification principles. So because of course, for want of time, and I explained, we couldn't go into detail, but when we look at all the slides I presented, we can have the following conclusions. Like, first of all, Europe, Ghana, and Kenya all reproduce the OECD privacy guidelines in their various data protection legislations. Differences observed, there are indeed some differences observed between the Kenyan Act, which was adopted pre-GDPR, between the Ghanaian Act, which was adopted pre-GDPR, the Kenyan Act, and the Kenyan Act, which was adopted post-GDPR, and so are currently influenced by the GDPR. And we can see some of the influences in which I colored out in red. Like there is no right to the right to data portability, for example, is absent in the 1995 EU directive and absent in Kenya, which in the Ghanaian Act of 2012, now introduced by the GDPR, which was introduced in 2016, and similarly present in the Kenyan Act of 2019. So we see that the right is kind of introduced, like what Europe does, Africa just follows, and they have, like I said, the reasons for doing this mainly is because of the European. Europe has a strong what we call the Brussels effect. Europe has a kind of strong influence on the African law, and we inherit a lot from the legal system. So, well, whether it's a good thing or not, there's such a thing to be proud about. Well, that's a topic for another discussion. But we also have the same. We see the same with the what we call the data protection by design, or data protection impact assessment obligation. So, and also in terms of other differences, we can see that the Kenya Act requires security of the reporting of all security breaches, while Kenya doesn't requires reporting of only of serious breaches. So basically, thanks for your attention, and like I said, you had to rush through due to time. So if you have any questions, we can go back to the videos and we'll discuss in detail some of the places or some slides which you want me to explain further. Thank you so much.
Voilà, donc Didier Bassolé from Burkina Faso. Our paper is about vulnerability analysis in mobile banking and payment application on Android in African country. Donc, we have the plan of our presentation, the approach, problem approach, result, and proposal. Why is this to do? Why we analyze the vulnerability? First, because from 2010 to 2018, smartphone user increased from less than 400 million to more than 1.55 billion. Donc, African user of smartphone is increased. The introduction and development of mobile banking and payments is a real alternative to a very low rate of banking in African countries. Then, it is an opportunity for progress for the anti-value claim, and its evolution must translate into a new generation of infrastructure service capable of offering consumers the same level of security, availability, and performance, regardless of the circumstance of mobile banking and payment transaction. This is the reason of our study. Why the problem? The problem is that more than 16.2% of the file short file sharing service contain sensitive data. However, the option of using mobile banking and payment service has become almost natural. It is becoming urgent for users to be made aware of potential security risks. Also concerning about economics and security issues, companies too often pass innovation, ease of use, consumers demand before the basic safety rules. With users having so much personal data on their device, the confidentiality and availability of this data becomes an imperative. This is the reason of the problem. The other question is why Android apps? Because Android dominates the market. It therefore attracts author of malware with 92% to 99% of malware target Android. The most malicious objects of smartphone Android also is the reason. Now we are see the malware, we have virus on CPR, spyware, botnets, bugs, worm, trojan, ransomware, and rootkits, all target Android, smartphone on Android. In a study on vulnerability in mobile financial application published in 2018, Policy Technology found that most of the application analysis in 2016 had vulnerabilities whose main threat was access to sensitive data, consumer data. We have the recapitulative of notorious access to client personal information and confidential banking data, access to sensitive information and configuration data, DDoS attack on user accounts and application description. Don't illustrate, not to illustrate that cyber threats to mobile phone, it evokes the fact that the number of new vulnerability in mobile operating system jump and the number of sophistication of attack on a mobile phone is increasing and continuously are slow to catch up. Bradley and Rivers also make analysis of discoveries pervasive weakness and shows that 6 of the 7 applications broadly fail to preserve the integrity of their transaction. The analysis reveals that the majority of their apps fail to provide the protection needed by financial tech service. Donc, our approach, we choose to analyze 55 apps from African banks and banks with subsidiary in Africa. The objective of this analysis is to evaluate the risk of attack related to financial data confidentiality, availability, and integrity. Then this consists of verifying access, authorization, code vulnerability, and intellectual property protection, that called piggybacking of their financial application. For the analysis of apps, we use the static and dynamic approach. In software security, there are three approaches: static, dynamic, and hybrid approach. But here we use the static and dynamic approach. These analyses concern the characteristic, interaction, permission granted, and security of personal data in each application. For the static analysis, we proceed by reverse engineering with an application tool to obtain the source code for each application. We verify the interaction of an application or its component with the system and reveal potential security threats and privacy breach. Now, for dynamic analysis, we use the VirusTotal platform for malware detection. And malware developer exploit weaknesses in permission management at several levels. We have the most dangerous access required and all permission granted. Then we have this illustration. We have permission and a requirement. Here we have associated the number of permissions it contains with each application analysis. And then we are on the 39 permission identified, 25 are considered more risky. And we have the percent of analysis, 71.7% of the analysis app access precise location and the right information to the memory card. And we have 43.4% provide SD card read access. All the chiffre, the number show the vulnerability identified to the considered application. Also, one app grant access to SMS and all applications require internet access. At 7.55% grant access to Bluetooth. In 30.18% of Android applications that we have analyzed the Android attribute. Alone backcut is set to true. Dynamic analysis reveal 5 malware including Thorn in apps. The 2 permissions can each be harmless but granted together. The risk of exposing confidentiality can increase considerably. Permissions, internet, and read SMS may seem harmless-ish, but combined with, we have an app that can read SMS and send content to a third party. Internet access and network state OC. Also, but there's 2 common permissions take control of a device, hardware, and help the user connect to the internet and maintain a constant connection to the network properties of a device. Access location and access cost location, the combination of these 2 permissions also control the device hardware and the permission that access user information make the app more vulnerable to the risk of malicious attack. Then, after our studio, we are and the result, we have the requirement and recommendation for developer and decision makers. Voilà. Donc, one of the decision is do not store data on the handset to avoid exposing the device to less of malicious application. Restrict application permission to that is strictly necessary to limit impact in the event of an attack. Use existing cryptographic means, safe and robust, in no way its own cryptography algorithmic. And use adequate means for testing application in order to address programming risk. a developer needs to learn more about the importance of secure storage of private and sensitive data. Users also must be careful in the use of smartphone and associated mobile application to adapt their operating system to regularly integrate patch, to take care to check for new authorization adding for application updates, and to limit application permission to what is strictly necessary. Sensitive permission must be carefully examined, and when application requires too wide access to features of data, users should not grant them if the authorization requests are irresolvable in relation.
Thank you all for this wonderful session, and thanks to our speakers, Assane, Rogers, and Didier, who did a wonderful job in conveying the message to us how important ICT is in our beloved continent. Thank you so much. With this, I would like to leave the floor to Jessica to close the session. Thank you very much.
So I'm now very excited to present to you the first panel presentation of our conference. The topic is how women in Africa can lead STEM and specifically conservation and climate research. So I'd like to welcome my panelists, and I'll now present with you the intro. So today we have a fascinating panel of women which are coming from across sectors: conservation, climate, energy, infrastructure, soil, biota, and chemistry, and as well as a diversity of institutions from academia to multilateral agencies, from local NGOs to regional African organizations. So I'd like to please ask my panelists to switch on their videos so everybody can see who we are talking about. I'd like to welcome, yes, thank you, Caroline, Sarah, and Ghada, and perhaps Rocio, Aram, and Yucharia can also switch on their videos. So this panel discussion resonates strongly with the theme of the conference and was originally planned to be held in conjunction with the International Women's Day and Gender Summit of the next Einstein Forum prior to being postponed last year. And throughout history, African women have made extensive contributions to science, technology, engineering, and maths. For instance, Perseshet was a lady overseer of lady physicians in the Old Kingdom of Egypt. And more recently, Wangari Maathai from Kenya was the first woman from East and Central Africa to gain a doctorate in 1971, and later a Nobel Peace Prize. Today, African women are increasingly forging new pathways to address the climate crisis head-on. And this aligns closely with continental frameworks such as the Kigali Amendment to the Montreal Protocol, the Agendas 2063, the Maputo Protocol, and the Sustainable Development Goals. Yet, there is increasing recognition that we need to manage the leaky pipeline to ensure that women are retained at higher academic and management positions. As early as 1982, Berryman coined this term, and suggesting that women are more underrepresented as they climb higher in the ladder, their career ladder. And this can start with the early career choice of girls, which is influenced by the technical training of women in traditionally male roles and associated stereotypes, to the rush hour, where in early career stages there are intense productivity and mobility demands which often collide with family demands and associated social expectations. And finally, in the stage of career advancement. Recent data from UNESCO indicates that 28% of researchers employed in R&D globally are women. And a report from the African Academy of Sciences recently highlighted this is particularly the case in Africa, where we continue to see a lack of career re-entry programs after child rearing. Meanwhile, women's sciences are often concentrated in the lower echelons of responsibility and decision-making with less leadership opportunities. So in this discussion, we will consider current gaps and challenges women face in this domain, the value add of targeting women to lead climate and conservation science research, and how women are leading the transition from lab research to policy implementation in climate science. And before I introduce the panel, I'd like to remind you again to use that we hope that this will be an interactive discussion. And so please write your comments throughout the panel and we will try and address these. So from medical microbiology, we have Dr. Caroline Ngugi. Caroline is a senior lecturer at the Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology. With 15 years of experience, she studies management and control of cancer, infectious diseases, and maternal health care. Key highlights of her many achievements is chairing the Innovation Center for Molecular Biology and Biotechnology, founding the Kenya National Academy of Sciences, and being an affiliate of the African Academy of Sciences. Welcome, Caroline. Dr. Ramtal is a senior adaptation specialist in climate change group of the World Bank. Currently, she's a team leader for the bank's first climate change adaptation resilience action plan. And before joining the bank, she worked for 15 years, holding senior positions in organizations such as the CGIAR, Climate Change Agriculture and Research, Food Security Research Program, the World Met Organization, and the Red Cross Red Crescent Climate Center. Sarah Childs is the Landscape Infrastructure Advisor of the Ewaso Lions and Grevy's Zebra Trust, Kenya. Sarah specializes in environmental governance with the aim of harmonizing green and grey infrastructure in economic growth corridors in Africa. She has 7 years' experience in East Africa on strategies and programs for areas of high biodiversity value, and she's worked for many more years in Kenya, Uganda, Ethiopia, South Africa, and Zimbabwe. I don't need to mention Rocio-Diaz Chavez, who presented the keynote, but briefly for those who weren't there, she's a Deputy Director of Research at the Stockholm Environment Institute Africa and the Energy Climate Change Program Leader, and she's worked across Africa, Asia, Latin America, and Europe. And then working on soil-plant biota interactions, Dr. Uchare Nwaichi from Nigeria is the senior lecturer at the University of Port Harcourt. She studies the influences of various soil amendments on remediation of contaminated soil. She's also the president of the Organization for Women in Science for the Developing World at a university and has been awarded the Next Einstein Forum's Fellowship, that is an affiliate also of the African Academy of Sciences, and the UNESCO L'Oreal Fellowship of Women in Science. And finally, Ghada Bassioni is a professor and head of chemistry at the Faculty of Engineering in Ain Shaims University in Cairo. She's also a visiting professor at the Technical University of Munich. With over 116 publications, she's received the Egyptian State Incentive Award in Chemistry, the Young Scientist Award at the World Economic Forum, and she was selected as panelist in various Nobel laureate meetings and has been a Neff Fellow and a Fulbright Fellow. So please welcome me in joining this amazing panel of presenters. And before we start our discussion, I'd like to start this session by presenting a song performed on this topic.
Hi there. Okay, so usually I would begin singing automatically, but I realize that often when I'm asked to sing at events like this, or I might do a TV show or a daytime TV thing, I don't get to speak. Often people forget that the singing voice is attached to the person who has ideas. So I decided today that I would speak first. Here, one of which is not one that I'm going to sing now. I changed it. I didn't actually want to sing the song that I'm going to sing instead of it. But I realized that today was the right day for it. So I made that choice. This first song is by an artist who's amazing. Her voice is wonderful, but the lyrics in the song sort of apply to every single person in this room. So when I sing it, especially this first verse, because it's very, very clear, I want you to imagine that you are me singing these lyrics to yourself. So for this song, imagine that my voice is your voice, that these words are your words. And then when you get a moment to go back and listen to those lyrics again, say them to yourself again, because they mean a lot, and we will need to say these things to ourselves. Okay? My eyes are used to these words.
Big chungus, big chungus, big chungus, big chungus, big chungus.
I know I can't hide. As the sun shines down on all of my glory, my flaws don't look so bad at all. What was I so afraid of? Every part of me is a vision of a portrait of Mona Lisa. Every part of me is beautiful, and I finally see I'm a work of art, a masterpiece. Oh, 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 who is this actress song to find? Filling my head with lies that I'm not good enough. Then I heard something in my ear tell me I'm perfect. Now that I know the truth, time to show. Every part of me is a vision of a portrait of Mona Lisa. Every part of me is beautiful, and I finally see I'm a work of art, a masterpiece. Oh, 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 oh. Now I see the pretty colors on my canvas. I'm a work of art. I'll share my picture with the world. I'm not afraid to let it show anymore. Oh, there is beauty in my eyes. I feel beauty right inside. Oh, can you feel it now? I need it now. Oh, every part of me is a vision of a portrait of Mona Lisa. Every part of me is beautiful, and I finally see you're a work of art, you're a masterpiece.
Okay, thank you very much. So we have 3 of our panelists present. Could the other panelists please switch on their videos, just so that we're sure that we're all here? Yusharia and Aram, if you're here, please switch on your video. Very nice to see you. Hi, Aram. Okay, so you're welcome to open up your speakers, and I'd like to start off. Aram, could you, considering you've worked in so many diverse institutions. Could you reflect on some of the workplace cultures that you might have observed that are discouraging women to be in the place that they might want to be? Welcome.
Thank you, Jessica. Thank you to the wonderful co-panelists I'm delighted to share this panel with. I think it's my 4th or 5th InterSol edition, so I'm very glad to be joining this panel. My name is Aram. I'm at the World Bank currently. And before this, I have worked, as Jessica said in her very warm introduction, in a number of international organizations. And in many of those outposts, I was often the only woman, the only African woman, the only Muslim woman. So there's definitely been, it's definitely been in many of those places a lonely spot, mostly identity-wise. So I enjoyed your question. I reflected over it over the weekend. And to me, there are 3 things that stand out, just looking at the number, at the places I've worked in. The first is, as women, we seldom put our hand up. It could be cultural, and certainly as an African woman, I know I was raised to often keep a low profile. Even when you know the answer, you don't necessarily wanna stand out. So that cultural, I could say, inability or training, lack of training to put yourself forward has been a habit that I had to lose over the years working in an international setting. And I often counsel the same to many of the younger women that I mentor, that do not be shy to put your hand up. When you walk into a meeting, the very fact that you enter changes the biological structure of the air around you. So do not go and sit in the back. Find a seat where you are supposed to sit, and do not be afraid to be seen, because regardless whether you want it or not, you will be seen. So I'd say that that's the first habit that I had to work on myself, and that I always counsel others to work on. Put your hand up. You have the expertise, you have the capability. You are where you are because of how smart and wonderful and amazing your unique contribution and unique voices. So it's important that we learn to put our hands up. The second, and I've reflected on this more recently, is what I've learned to call the imposter syndrome. Again, I feel that particularly women scientists, more often than our male counterparts, we ask ourselves the question, am I an imposter? Is it really me that's supposed to be where I am right now? Well, in fact, there is a reason why you are where you are, and it's often because you are unique and brilliant. And it's important to really do away with that imposter syndrome that often follows us in the workplace, even in our family and personal decisions too. So that imposter syndrome is something that is a result often of biases in the environment that we evolve in. But it's important that we shield ourselves from them and work and operate in full confidence, and often starting just from the strong place of our expertise, which often when you communicate with respect and with assertiveness and confidence, that's the best way to take and own the place, which is rightfully yours. And lastly, and I'm happy to go more in depth in each of these, but the third one that stands out for me as a bad practice that we take is that we think we cannot do it all. And this becomes the case certainly as we go into families. I have young twins who are 6 years old, for example, and you think, oh my God, I need to be a mom, I need to be a leader, I need to be a scientist, and I need to do all my professional obligations. Sometimes it's very daunting, and you feel that you absolutely cannot do it all. But here I'd like to pass on words from one of my graduation speakers who said, you absolutely can do it all, but it's a matter of sequencing. You may not be able to do it all at this very moment, but on a daily basis with a very organized calendar where there's boundaries for this is the time for work, this is the time for the family, this is the time for my community and for my family, and so on and so forth, allows you to put on and off the multiple hats that as professional women, we often have to don. The other part is in career progression. I think it's extremely important that we chart that course, because the more you go up the ladder, the more responsibilities are on your shoulders. And it's often easy to say, I can't take on another responsibility, I already have a lot. I don't think that's true. I think we can do it all, but it's a matter of saying, this is the time that, you know, the kids are coming and I will have to take a back seat, and hopefully it's not even a back seat, but I have to organize it at this level. And then when I move on to the next level of responsibility, that's where I want to be and how I organize my life. And we don't often ask for help. That's something that I think is a problem. The support system that surrounds us, whether it be personal assistants who, you know, in my case, control my calendar and my phone. So when there's a family emergency, they take, you know, my lovely assistant takes care of that. Or be it your family network, be it, you know, the sisters that you develop and nurture at the workplace, something really important. It took me a while to develop one at the bank where I am right now. But once you have that you know, support system, you really can do anything because you're able to delegate, you're able to be in full trust, and you're able to indeed manage the multiple balls that come to you and are on your plate. I find it, and I'll end here, I know my time is coming soon, Jessica, but I find it also really rewarding to keep mentoring younger sisters. I find that it's a pattern that keeps giving and giving. Not only are you giving, enabling a legacy to the next generation, but you find that those that you indeed pass the baton to end up being your strongest support network, because you give, but you receive so much more. I'll end there and happy to reflect again on additional questions. But the bottom line is we can do it. Yes, we can. And it's a matter of sequencing. It's a matter of seeking the help that we know. And it's a matter of really being confident in the strong, brilliant, and amazing unique voices we bring to the landscape. Thank you, and over to you. Back to you, Jessica.
Thank you, Aram. I mean, such powerful words you mentioned there. So there's a lot to explore in further detail. I think I'd like, Ghada, maybe you could elaborate on some of these ideas and talk about some of the false choices that women, as a woman, you might have been presented in your career, and what you might have done potentially differently in reflection.
Yeah, well, let me continue on what Aram was saying about the mentorship. I guess mentorship is a very important factor that would lead you to better decision taking. And well, but when I really think about the wrong decisions that I might have taken in my life, there are minor things that I think I could have made better. But do I really regret these decisions? I don't think so. No. I believe living with no regrets is just freeing your soul. It means not worrying and stressing over every little thing. And most importantly, it means that you don't look back on something and wish it had gone another way. So living without regrets lets you live in the moment while remembering things that were positive in some way or another. This is my belief. And mistakes are actually the things that shape us, shape our personality. And every step you take leads you to a different path in your life. It's, I think it's like a flow chart, if you may say. There are so many ways you can take, and as long as you are happy and content what you really have and appreciate every single thing, that is what really counts. So important is that you try and try again, believe in yourself. And yes, there is a point at which you should recognize if something isn't working out, but giving up is not an option, I would say. And especially if you are trying hard, there is no room for regret, right? And preserve, and even if things don't work out, you at least would not regret not trying harder for what you wanted. So there's nothing worse than feeling like you missed out on an experience or an opportunity simply because you didn't take the initiative, for example, yeah? So I have actually never strived for perfectionism. So because simply perfection is not real, would I say, maybe striving for excellence in all what you do, maybe this is a better word to use. But perfectionism is not something you should concern yourself with. Do your best and take pride in your work, but get that notion of perfectionism out of your brain, I would say, because there's nothing like this. So I have also never avoiding telling the truth about something. So trying to be honest and open with the people I talk to. in order to live a good life, I always try to focus on the positives in my life and to take things as they come and don't get too overwhelmed. I think if you step out and look behind, the only thing that might cross my mind is that things could have gone more smoothly if I had checked cultural barriers, for example, early enough. I grew up in Germany and went to school in Egypt. It was a German school, so still in a German environment. It was not always easy to make myself clear to the average Egyptian society. Can you believe that? So as an Egyptian, I was kind of living in an utopia. So yeah, the Egyptian society is very warm and kind, and even if they're in deep mess, they're still friendly, laughing out loud. And the Germans are very straight and to the point without any decoration, let's say, So it was sometimes really hard for me. I tried to adapt to every environment as necessary, and that even became more obvious when I worked in Abu Dhabi for about 5 years at the Petroleum Institute there. And even there, it was even more challenging because I had people from 27 nations in our department. So you can imagine you cannot adapt to everybody, but if you know what is right and wrong, and you will feel content with what you are dealing with, what your beliefs are, I think this would give you kind of a content feeling when you deal with people. So at some point, you simply do and behave the way you think is correct without adaptation factors. So trying to be kind and friendly, even though that was perceived in some situations as weakness, But this is because I realized that I only have so much time on this earth to meet people and to engage with others. So why leave bad memories with dealing with people? So that's why in any case, I used my, brain and heart to take the decision. So that's why maybe, mistakes are just, of course, a part of human being, but not something I would regret. So it can be easy to forget the simple things in life that we take for granted, but living in a positive way without holding to the mistakes in life made me learn to appreciate these things for what they are. I think in the end of the day, without the so-called mistakes in life, I would have not been the person you see today. I'm happy with the life I have, and I'm content with my decisions, whatever the consequences were, because any decision was made after thorough thinking at that time and at that age and for these circumstances. And no one ever has the right to judge on your decisions and blame you, because no one is in your shoes. Thank you.
Very, very, once again, very powerful words and very heartfelt and really important, I think. Personally, there's a lot I can gain from those perspectives. I'd like to perhaps ask Rocio if you have additional perspectives, and thank Ghada for turning my question on its head. Rocio.
Thank you, Jessica. And I think that as all the colleagues in the panel, I'm really happy to be here and have this discussion. I do agree with what was said by the two previous speakers. I think that probably I cannot really talk about these false choices on that have really affected my professional life, my personal life. But I do agree in several of the things that were said. I think that sometimes we as women are very harsh on us. If we make a mistake, we take it sometimes too strongly. I do agree we cannot be looking for this perfectionism of but excellence. It's I agree a rather better word. And I think that this probably could help, at least on my side, if I would have known earlier about mindfulness, that could have given me a better perspective in terms of my practical and my professional life. I think that also emotional intelligence. I mean, many of these things are not even asked from our male colleagues when they make a mistake or when they are interrogated about certain decisions. And I think that the reason is also, again, a cultural aspect. And you can see it for those of us who have been lucky to be living and work across different regions. You can see that many things you will say, yes, they are different, but at the same time, they are the same. And I think also, in particular, when you get to this professional level, let's say at either you have a leadership position or you become a full researcher, the competition gets really, really strong. So it gets stronger also with women and also with men. And I think that sometimes we need also a little bit of this empathy with our female colleagues, with younger colleagues. But we also have to acknowledge that we are getting globally into an aging society. So particularly when you think about researchers that are over 50 years old, for example, you think, oh, the opportunities were going higher. Well, the competition starts again. And we get to certain level where ageism becomes also another problem. And it becomes even stronger for women. So I think we have to reflect on this and how we can act on our decisions to support younger mid-level researchers and also researchers that are getting on the highest peak of their career. Finally, I think that one point just to consider is about again how we reflect on our life balance. I think that many of us try to get into this balance between the personal and the professional life. It doesn't matter if you have children or not. Of course, I acknowledge that it gets complicated. But as women, let's say in general, and as humans, we really need to get to this balance. And sometimes trying to reach for this, let's call it excellence, sometimes we sacrifice part of that balance that we need as well for our mental health. And I think the COVID-19 pandemic has demonstrated again the gender differences, particularly also for those who have family. And you can see it, there have been many studies about authorships, how much women have managed to publish during this period of time. So it just gets complicated. And some institutions, some organizations have provided the means to work with this. Some others have not. Maybe this is something that we can support also with this type of mentorship that has been already mentioned. How we can also help others to balance their professional and personal lives, and how also to achieve more even under these circumstances that are affecting globally. So I think that would be all for me at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rocio. Perhaps Sarah, do you have some insights on that?
Yeah, Jessica, I'm happy to jump in and just firstly to reiterate what my panelists have said. It's a real honor to be here. This is the first InterSol that I'm attending, so great to be here. Thanks for that question. I think it's a really interesting one, and I think there are generational implications there in terms of my experiences. So I've been mentored by a few men in conservation before, and what I've struggled with is a real lack of empathy in terms of understanding my generation and the nuances of my identity as a woman, as an African woman who happens to have white skin, comes from South Africa. And so what I found actually is a certain distance and apathy in that mentorship process. It's very hands-off. There's not really the relational depth that you'd like from a mentor. So yeah, if I could offer advice to men who are mentoring women, I think it would be take a real interest in understanding the background of the women who you are mentoring and really understand the contextual dynamics that they've come out of, ask them very specific questions, really draw them out into the mentorship conversation and really help yourself to understand some of the incredible contributions that these women are making in your life and in the lives of your fellow male colleagues. So that would be some insight from my side. Thanks, Jessica.
Thanks very much, Sarah. And I see now Yucharia has arrived, so kindly put on your video, or she might have just dropped off for a second.
Jessica, can I reflect on that? Very good question. Thank you. Personally, some of my best mentors have been males. They've not been females. And to me, the best service that a male colleague, mostly someone who is higher up in the echelons, can provide to younger women that are making their way up in an organization is to serve as their sponsor, because a mentor is not the same as a sponsor. For mentoring, I often turn to females because they empathize, they feel with you, they allow you to grow. They're like a walking library. Well, to grow up in your career, you really need a sponsor, somebody who's there when the decisions are made, when some of the critical milestones in who gets hired, who's on those panels. So as a male colleague, your best service to your female colleagues is to be their sponsor and to say, this is exactly how professional, how contributive, how wonderful this person is. Give her her chance and make sure that she can shine. So I think you're the best allies that we can have in promoting women in science, and I mean that very deeply. And passing the baton doesn't have to be from a woman to a woman. It actually is more effective from a male colleague saying, hey, watch out, this person is really doing great. She's got all these qualifications. Let's make sure we consider her, and making sure those doors remain open. I hope that answers, but I thought it was a very good question.
Thank you. And I know Rocio has a statement to make, but I also want to say that I think I resonate quite strongly with Sarah's statement about being a Southern African woman working in an African context. And I can see perhaps other people have had the same experience. There's a lot of assumptions from both directions about understanding cultural nuances. And I'm sure that we all lived and worked in diverse places and experienced in different forms. So just the sensitivity of all types of prejudices is really essential to making a pleasant working and sustainable working environment. Rocio, did you have something to add?
Yes, thank you. I just want to say, well, as you can see from me and my name, I am originally from Latin America. So many of the things also occurred there, and also have occurred also in the context in Africa, if people do not know where you are from. It should not occur. It should not. But unfortunately, it happens. And I do agree. I think the mentorship, it really depends. It varies a lot. Honestly, there are people who should not actually even be mentors. It doesn't matter if they are women or men, it is a personal issue. I think I have had some mentors that have been men as well. They have been really good. I do agree with what was mentioned about the sponsorship, but I think, I mean, the sponsorship, unfortunately, it is there, but it needs to be somebody who supports you. I do agree. And again, it comes out to who it is. I wish it would not be only men who are sponsors. I think women could also be and should be also sponsors of other women. And to avoid exactly perpetuating this kind of behavior and misunderstanding. And I saw that Negar wrote on the chat about we should not be talking about competition. Yeah, maybe we should not, but in real life it occurs. And if we try to find just a way to a better collaboration and better support as well from our male colleagues, I think that would also be better in general for women and to reduce these gender differences.
Thank you. So Caroline, coming from the health sector, I was wondering if you could give us some of the thoughts of the qualities of female leadership in your sector, and perhaps associated achievements that you can reflect on in respect to those qualities.
Okay. Thank you, Jessica. I don't know whether there is a set clear guidelines on the qualities of women leaders. I would speak from my own experience and some of the things that I have learned in the health sector, and mostly not even health, but education sector. Things that have worked for me. And some of these qualities is to be able to understand where I have come from where I am and how I have made it to where I am today. To be able to reflect on those issues, the challenges that I have faced, and how I have been able to overcome those. I think the other thing is the willingness to nurture those I'm working with. That has really helped me because I've realized I can't achieve everything alone. I have to work as a team. And the willingness to nurture, the ability to be able to nurture the team that I'm working with has really helped me out to be where I am today. The other thing is to have a vision. Early in life, I think I'm amongst the youngest in the faculty, and I have been for a long time. And I've been able to have this vision of where I want to go, when I want to get there, to be able to have a sequence, as Arame said, to be able to realize I can't achieve everything as a woman. I had to go to school first, and I had to keep my family life and start my family later on in life. So that has worked for me. The ability to delegate, I was never easy at delegating. I thought I could do it all, I can do it all. But with time, I've learned that I need to delegate. Other people can do the job. I need to trust other people to do the job. And ability to communicate and give effective feedback. Appreciate when people give me feedback. I need to learn to take it positively. Even if it's not been said in a positive way, and I've learned to pick something positive or something constructive, something that will help me in everything that I've done or I hear. The other thing is I have learned to be present everywhere, to be seen and to be heard. I realized very early, if I need to be known, I work in an institution where we have more than 2,000 employees. How do they realize that Caroline exists? So I've realized to be very timely in the meetings, to be heard and to be present. The things I do, I have learned not to shy off from my achievements. Initially I would achieve something and I don't want to shout about it. Now I shout about it because I want people to realize I have done this and I exist and I can be able to do much more. So I don't shine anymore. I don't shy away from shining of my achievements. Those are the things that have helped me. I think my biggest achievement in leadership, I have achieved a bit, but the one that gives me the greatest joy, and I feel I've achieved, is when I have a student who I have mentored from undergraduate, master's, PhD, and they write back and say, thank you, that I am here because of what you did for me. You held my hand, you journeyed with me, and this is where I am today. So those are the biggest achievement. My mentorship, when I'm able to mentor my students and see them grow and nurture them and they become people of substance, that has been my biggest achievement. Yeah, that's what I can say.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Caroline. And it's really interesting from these perspectives, which we haven't got from the East African community so far in this panel. And it's a good segue into Sarah. Can you talk about, from your sector, working in the conservation and infrastructure sector?
Yes, thanks, Jessica. Happy to. And I think just to echo Caroline, I don't think there's a one-size-fits-all set of female leadership qualities across sectors. And I think all women are different and bring different strengths to the table. And women are not perfect in leadership either. And that certainly echoes some of the comments around perfectionism and achieving this perfect level of leadership that some of my panelists have spoken to. But what I can speak to is a common thread of qualities that I've seen in the women in conservation with whom I work in my sphere of influence. And I've got 6 of these. The first is that I've seen my colleagues, my women colleagues, continue to be very outcomes oriented where they are faced with issues related to overly bureaucratic processes, politics, and conservation. They seem to be able to cut through the complexity and make sure that they bring everyone on board to continue focusing on outputs, on goals, on vision, and that's something that I certainly admire. The second quality I've seen is this great ability to adapt to changing circumstances, to pivot programs as needed. And certainly I've seen that during COVID, specifically in the conservation sector. The third quality I've seen is that the women in conservation in my life, in my world, tend to take a strengths-based approach to growing teams. So they look at drawing out the strengths within their teams and really ensuring that team members are playing to their strengths. And that really allows for a very dynamic leadership structure in these organizations. The fourth strength or quality that I'd like to highlight is that a lot of women in my sphere are very collaboration seeking. So many of the collaborative activities that I can speak to in the conservation world in East Africa have been initiated by women in conservation. And I think that is really admirable and certainly the way forward for conservation practice. The fifth quality is that women tend to be very participatory in decision-making in conservation organizations. And I've seen this time and time again. Sometimes there is need to make a quick and clear decision, but I see this ability in women to really draw out participation from members who are reticent to provide input, to create this very democratic sense of ownership in an institution. And then the last quality I'd like to highlight is that women in conservation in my sphere are really committed in the long term. They're not parachute scientists, they're not in and out in 5 years and working out their exit strategy already. Women are committed in the long term to landscapes, to people, to topics of research, etc. And then finally, in terms of what I consider to be my greatest achievement, I think certainly there are many things I could speak to, but in line with what Caroline said, the one that gives me most joy is something that I worked on with some of my colleagues here in Kenya, and that is that we set up this program called the Infrastructure and Biodiversity Program. It's a joint program between two smaller organizations in northern Kenya. And really, we started this program to extend our sphere of influence from a very species-focused approach to a landscape-level approach where we look at mainstreaming biodiversity into infrastructure decision-making processes. And together with my female colleagues, we've developed this program which has really allowed us to maximize our impact, maximize our influence. We've been able to create new approaches, brainstorm new ideas, and find new avenues of influence. And as a result, we've actually been able to influence some of these key infrastructure developments that we're seeing in northern Kenya. So that's it from me. Thanks, Jessica.
Amazing and really, really critical area to be working in. And as also raised by one of our speakers in one of the sessions, the first paper session. So I would like to perhaps ask, talk a little bit about the institutional context of universities across Africa. And we were discussing a moment ago, Caroline, about the issues around making yourself heard within the institution. But there's obviously also mechanisms which facilitate these interactions. So we see in many countries that there's universities hiring chief diversity managers in their institutions, whether it's conservation sector or think tanks or universities. And Caroline, what do you think that we can do in the African context to facilitate these conversations, that more universities potentially hire such managers and provide them with the appropriate resources to enact change? So thinking about the institutional form that this can take.
Thank you, Jessica. Again, I will speak from higher education institutions. That's where I have my experience with. And to note, I think some of the challenges we have experienced in the past or how we've been running business is that the leaders are not recruited for their leadership potential. So you find that the CODs, the head of departments, the vice chancellor, the dean, you're recruited as a reward of the amount of research work you've done, the number of publications you've done, the number of years of service you've given to the university. So you find most of us who were in that position, myself included, the first time I was appointed to management, I had no clue about leadership, governance, management, apart from managing my grants here and there, no clue about budgeting or human resource management, and yet you're put into a position where I have to manage my faculty members. you know, so you find it's never based on qualification or training, and nobody gives you that training. So it's left to you as an individual to seek it elsewhere, read, find somebody to mentor you through it. So that is really lacking. So to address some of these challenges we are faced with, some of us, we've come up with ideas in terms of innovative organization and leadership approaches. And this one is where we have collective leadership. And you know, you need to make people feel like that it's a partnership. Everybody in the faculty has to own the processes that we are doing. So you devolve the responsibilities. It's not at the helm when we are vice chancellor or when you're a director or a principal of a college that you make those decisions. You have to devolve them, make the faculty members involved from the beginning. So they learn. Sometimes you don't even need to go for a training, to go to class to learn some of these things. But if you're involved, you learn how to do budgeting for your department. You learn how to deal with other people, to manage the people in your office. So it really has to come from this partnership and involvement. But then also we have to make sure our faculty strengthened to make these decisions. So those are some of the issues we are looking at improving. The other issue is also to make some of these positions competitive. Yeah. So I think from an early age, I learned that, if you're lucky, you have people who tell you as a woman, you have to work a bit harder. You have to equip yourself a bit more than anybody else. You will be judged more harshly for the mistakes that you do than a man will in my culture. So if we make these positions competitive, so it's not about who is the vice chancellor, because if this person is the vice chancellor, he likes or she likes this person, that's the person who get the job. So if we make it competitive, we will go, you know, take an extra step to get this kind of training that we need, to get this kind of experience that we need. So everything should be competitive, from the lowest rank of management to the highest rank. That is the way I look at it.
Yeah, thank you, Caroline. Yeah, I certainly agree, and I think creating those structures, even if we don't have the budget to hire particular entities, if we can create particular committees in the organization, and we can build the reputation of those individuals that are contributing to that diversity role, I think that's a strong step in the right direction. So we have just a few more minutes, and I'd like to ask one more question, and then I'll give each of the panelists a moment to respond. I know there's many more things that we want to discuss, and we would love, you know, we were planning to discuss, but I think it's really important that we can dig deeper into some of these issues. So it's been really interesting so far. So I'd like to perhaps ask in all our speakers to respond in the context of the ongoing pandemic and the global climate crisis, and where do you see, and all the constraints that are currently faced, but also the visions that we hope for the future in our fields. What do you see as areas of hope to catalyze a renaissance of the future of women scientists in Africa? And I'll maybe start with Ghada, if you're willing to present first. Ghada, can you hear us? Otherwise, I'll move to Rocio.
Thank you, Jessica. Well, I think as I mentioned before, I mean, the pandemic has affected not to everybody, but to some women, has affected the certain deliverables, let's say particularly writing papers. This is something that, as I mentioned before, has already been documented in more than one paper. I think taking all the responsibilities at home, particularly those who have children, so it has taken a toll in that sense. On the other hand, I have also spoken with some colleagues as well, and I think many on the other side have considered it at kind of an advantage, also having the possibility of being working from home. So I think it is something that it is not black and white. It has demonstrated there are some advantages and of course some disadvantages. So I would say that maybe if this was kind of a pilot of 1 year, well, now everybody knows more or less how to better organize the times and how to focus more on certain activities than others. Of course, it will come with some challenges. I think, I mean, the example that Caroline just given about having to manage such a large number of staff, for instance. So of course, there are going to be certain challenges in those terms. But I think that for individual researchers, except of course, those who are really engaged into field work, that working from home, it's a possibility. Field work is the other one that I think will have to be given a new view, maybe having to have more partnerships in terms of how we work on those terms, and I hope that it will be open in the future, so that at least field work can continue, because I don't think that in the case of Sarah, working with biodiversity will be really an opportunity to just continue doing all the work at home. But I think let's say maybe this is an open and continuous discussion for researchers into really thinking how we can move into the future. For those who are lecturing, I think the workshop next to this session, it's on that. And I have been working for many years with distance learning, and it is a perfect possibility as well that I welcome in African universities, because in Europe, we have many universities that work with African students and from other parts of the world. So why not? It could be another possibility. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Rocio. Ghada, you're here. Please.
Yes, I'm here. I'm so sorry. I was trying to unmute myself fast enough, but it was too late. But thank you, Rocio. So I really liked your comment a lot. If we talk about catalyzing in Africa, in an African context, how can we empower women? And so I think that if we have the basis of that the technical skills for women and men are the same, you know, so then we need to work on soft skills. If we talk about offering workshops that develop the soft skills of women, like leadership skills, work-life balance, time management, the skills to have the emotional intelligence, like or intercultural dialogue. I think in this case we can catalyze many the development of many women and empower them on a really logical and profound basis. So this is actually my comment on this, and thank you very much for having me on this panel.
Thank you, Ghada. Sarah, do you have any last thoughts on the hope for the future?
Yes, thanks, Jessica. I think my thoughts actually echo the previous speakers. I see two key areas of hope in terms of catalyzing a renaissance for women in science and conservation. And the first is really around pushing the boat out on mentorship. I think this is something that we can all do. We may not be as good as others at mentorship. We're not all naturally nurturing, but I think we can all work at it, and I think we can all try it. And I think that digital communication in the age of COVID has really allowed us to increase our networks. It's given us new opportunities for platforms to really reduce the sense of isolation that I think many women in science might feel. And I just wanted to highlight one example of this is We Africa. This is the Women Environment Africa platform that was recently created. And it's really been created to bring women from across Africa together to remedy an imbalance in conservation leadership by empowering women to think about creating teams that are incredibly diverse, to create transformative agendas for conservation across the continent. continent, and many of the women in that forum are already beginning to feel the benefits in terms of confidence to push forward the conservation agenda. And then the second area of hope that I see is science and conservation at home and for home. I think in a world where there's a relentless pursuit for innovation, for new knowledge, for new frontiers, and we're often pushed geographically to new places and topics, etc. And I think what COVID has done is refocused us all on home and how we define home and what our home environments are. And I think as women in science and conservation, I think we need to be brave to look at what's going on in our local environments and to research to apply practice in those contexts, because I think it's in our home context where we have this sense of long-term commitment to seeing change, to seeing transformative change in the long term.
Thank you. And
thanks, Jessica.
Some of those links of those initiatives in the chat for people to look at. I see that we have Eucharia here. She's had some connectivity issues, but Eucharia, would you like to, she won't be able to turn on her video, but Eucharia, would you like to say some ideas of where you see hope to catalyze change in the future?
Yeah, what we can do, looking at the experiences with the COVID-19, is to leverage on more of the gains that COVID-19 pandemic has brought. For us, experiences working in the university where I work, I found out that the COVID-19 afforded us the opportunity to work together. Oftentimes, we had events, like we had monthly seminars. So we found that a lot of women lack tech issues, like Sophia has said here. So tech issues have become a vein that we need to work around to get the women to the level that we want them to be. So if we find engaging women on the internet, like we are here now, and we're being patient, trying to get the women to be on the same page with everybody. Okay, can you find a little button to the right, to the left, go here, go here. And then as we continued, many people got better. And then I found out that they now love to use such media to communicate, to teach, to also hold meetings. But before COVID, women in my community never liked to use IT to deliver on anything. I now found out the reason, because many of them didn't have the capacity to use them. So if you can begin to leverage on this exposure that came out from COVID-19 pandemic, so we can leverage on that. I also found out that it became advantageous for us as women. Now our families have come to learn a lot about what we do. Before COVID-19, my family didn't know a lot about what I do. They hear what I do. But now I work mostly from home. So they come in and go out, they see the kind of things you're doing, you're connecting. I want this video come out this way. Everybody's working with you to see that it happens. Now they are more connected with me and what I do. So it's really very important as families work with you, so they understand the details and the kind of complicated programs that you use for your work and the complex nature of the work. So they can give you some time and be supportive in managing some of the family chores that ordinarily you would do before COVID. These are some thoughts I think I should share with us.
Fantastic. Yeah, very good points. It's definitely a new era in terms of integrating our different lives. Caroline, could you please give a comment? And then lastly, Aram, before we close. Thank you.
All right. I think most of my panelists have said everything that COVID has brought to us, and I look at it from the positive angle. I wish we were having online conferences 7, 8 years ago when I was getting my babies, because I missed so many conferences. I missed so many collaborative meetings because I could not travel. But now online meetings, online conferences like these, they've opened up a lot for us as women, and also in terms of budget, money, because it would have cost money to travel to whichever country you're going to. But with this, I think it's just opened up a lot for us, opened up a lot of opportunities that we should all use and look at it from the positive angle. I just want to answer Aisha's question, which is on the chat, 1 minute, about the pressure from the society. Indeed, the pressure is there. Some is positive, some is negative. But if you set your visions and your goals and your targets, it doesn't matter what everybody else expects, you're able to deliver on those, then you achieve. And even this pressure, sometimes it comes from your own self. I remember when I finished my PhD, 2 years later, I looked at my classmates, the male classmates we were with, they had achieved too much. But then you realize that you can't have everything at the same time as a woman. So the pressure is there, it's about how you deal with it. So thank you. Thank you, Jessica.
Thank you. And Naram, finally.
It's always hard to come last because I feel that most of the points were already well made. I fully agree with Caroline. This is an opportunity, were it not, as I always say, for the casualties and people we've lost in this kind of pandemic. I would have said that we've had a lot of positives come out of it. For sure, the nature of work is altered forever. I don't think we'll ever come back to those big conferences where you would hop in one day just to deliver a panel speech and then hop back off. It's just not worth it anymore. Among all the things we juggle, I think that's one decision we've lost, and we've learned to be very proficient with these online conferences. So I think that's here to stay. What does it mean for the African Renaissance? I think it means that women have a lot more versatility, and we've got a lot more options to still contribute while juggling with all the other buckets of things we've got to handle, both professionally and personally. So I fully agree with Caroline there. Ghada said something I think that was really important, and it was about the pipeline. So how do we also use this transition, this global transition, to ensure that we've got more women on the continent based here and not needing to work elsewhere, while still having access to the world's best capability in terms of research, in terms of access, publishing, partnerships. So I think that digital transition also opens up more opportunities to nurture the pipeline. And I think most importantly, all of us in our personal capacity play that role, making sure the door remains open for the younger scientists that come behind us, and ensuring that we pass on that ladder. We let it be very strong for others to climb up behind us. So I think all those are opportunities to that we can alter and contribute at our level, while of course, hopefully the education system keeps nurturing and promoting those young talents before they get to the level where they can even have a hand that can be pulled up. So that's more of the structural change that I think Maimuna was referring to in the chat. So both complement each other, but we do each have a role to play. And I'm very, very, very confident that if each of us plays our part, we will have more African women scientists leading the way. There's no doubt about that. And boy, once we come in, will we knock that door open. Thank you, and back to you.
Thank you. Well, I'd like to say thank you to everybody involved, and I see Aisha Dem has put on her video, and I'd just like to introduce you to the excellent publicity chair for this conference. Thank you, Aisha, for your comments. Please all join me in saying thank you so much to the wonderful panelists. Thank you very much, ladies and colleagues, and I really hope that this is an opportunity for us to interact more closely in the future and potentially create a section within InterSol where we're really institutionalizing some of these ideas. So thank you once again, and I'm now going to hand over to the next session. Thank you.
Hello everybody, and welcome to this workshop. Today we are going to discuss on how to implement a digital training program in African universities. I am Narcis Talatankam of the Department of Computer Science of the Higher Teacher Training College Betwa, the University of Yaoundé, Cameroon. The agenda of this presentation is made of 3 points. We have the context and problem statement, we have the stakeholders, we have the roadmap. About the context and problem statements, let us first say that training throughout life is essential for the socio-economic development as well as the growth of universities, enterprises, and countries. Secondly, each year, millions of pupils are graduated from secondary schools in Africa and obviously try to access universities. Thirdly, especially in Cameroon, dozens of thousands of students are graduated in secondary schools each year, and most of them register for the university studies. And unfortunately, the development of infrastructures and the recruitment of lecturers don't follow the recruitment of students in these universities. As a consequence, the universities are more and more congested, and the number of students per lecturer exponentially increases each year. What can we say about ICT? The ICT development today is an opportunity for Africa to reduce its digital divide, but is it sufficient? Indeed, some African universities try to implement distance training with more or less success. Unfortunately, many of these distance learning programs initiated in Africa usually fail or never deliver diplomas on time. Because of this situation, African educational community is losing progressively confidence in distance learning programs offered by African universities. This is why each year hundreds of thousands of African universities apply for registration to distance learning programs offered by foreign countries, especially European and Northern American universities, instead of African universities. While studying the reasons of this failure, we have made the following observations. First, some key actors are underestimated. Secondly, there are three categories of coordination stakeholders, notably the administrative, the pedagogical, and the technical actors, but their roles are confused in most of the time. And the last is that the technical team is under-equipped and the training of the pedagogical team is neglected. Who are the actors of distance learning programs? Let us here mention that the success of the distance program is essentially, distance learning program is essentially based on the participation of various categories of stakeholders. There are 6 main categories of stakeholders indeed. We have the administrative coordination team, we have the pedagogical coordination team, we have the technical coordination team, we have the pedagogical team, we have the students, and last but not the least, the program chair. In what follows, we are going to go through each categories of stakeholders. About the administrative coordination team, we can mention that the first member of this team is the head of the institution, who can be the rector or the president. Indeed, in a distance learning program, his role is to chair the university council, which validates the training program. Secondly, he chairs the selection jury of candidates. This is for master programs. And finally, he issues the various diplomas. The second member of this team is the director in charge of academic affairs. He is a member of the university council, which validates the training program. He is also a member of the selection jury of candidates for master programs. And his main role is to verify, to prepare, and to submit diplomas for signature to the head of institution. The fourth member of this administrative coordination team is the director in charge of administrative and financial affairs. His role is to expedite the payment of financial statements relating to the training program. As another member of the coordination team, administrative coordination team, we have the headmaster, who can be the dean or the director. He is a member of the candidate selection panel. He also issues the dissertation defense authorization, and he issues the certificate of achievement in collaboration with the head of the institution. We have also the head of department, because indeed each program is located in a specific department, and the role of the head of department here is to coordinate the department board and issue the minutes. We have also the head of financial services, who mounts the various financial statements relating to the training program. So these are the components of the administrative coordination team. What about the pedagogical coordination team? Here it is a group of lecturers in charge of developing the training activities chronogram, establishing according to the annual chronogram of lectures and the availability of lecturers a weekly timetable, organizing exams locally and in collaboration with remote centers in partnership with the training program, centralizing students' scores, and finally preparing the minutes which are submitted to the jury of department or submitted to the department board. We have as another category of stakeholders the technical coordination team. As technical coordination team, we mention a team that permanently ensures the functionality and availability of lessons and pedagogical activities on the platform. Secondly, weekly, it enables and disables the course according to the course's chronogram. And it responds to as quickly as possible to technical difficulties in using the platform, notably password forgotten either by lecturers or students, and course unavailable on the platform. Then another category of stakeholders is made of lecturers and students. As lecturer, we talk of pedagogical team. It prepares and updates the teaching and learning activities on the e-learning platform. Secondly, it prepares the exam papers, corrects the copies, and sends the notes to the pedagogical coordination, participates in the department board, and sign the minutes. We have also the students. The students download the course material, they perform the related learning activities on the platform, and they write the exams. The last but not the least actor is the program chair. Let's say that the program chair is the scientific and pedagogical referent of the training program. Therefore, he must be the linchpin and first responsible of the training program. An expert, he must be an expert in the scientific field of the training. It means we cannot have a program chair who is, for example, a computer scientist and who is program chair of a geography program, learning program. It is not possible. And the program chair must be convinced and engaged for the success of the project. Fourthly, he must be open to criticism and immediate misunderstandings of certain actors of the project. Finally, he must be hardworking with strong managerial skills. So these are the characteristics of the various stakeholders involved in a distance learning program. Now, what about the roadmap of a distance learning program? As roadmap, we recommend we mention 16 benchmarks, that is 16 steps or 16 activities to cover for the success of the pedagogical distance learning training program. First of all, we have to identify the program chair. If there is no program chair, it means there is no possibility for the program to succeed. We need somebody to carry out from end to end the program. Secondly, we have to choose the technical e-learning platform because all the other activities are based on this technical e-learning platform. As examples of technical e-learning platform, we have Teams, Microsoft Teams, we have Claroline, we have Moodle, we have Ganesha, we have Accolade, etc., etc. Once we have chosen the technical e-learning platform, we have now to host that e-learning platform. And we have three possibilities of hosting. We have local accommodation, we have remote hosting, that is hosting in the cloud, and we have a sort of combining the two called mixed accommodation. As fourth step, we have the development of charters. In fact, each charter brings the training program to a specific actor of the program and specifies its rights and duties vis-a-vis the program. Following are the required charters. We have one charter for the learners, we have one charter for the lecturers, we have one charter for the tutors, we have one charter for the technical coordinators, we have one charter for the administrative coordinator, And finally, we have one chapter for the pedagogical coordinator. We see that we distinguish here the lecturer from the tutor, because the lecturer is the person in charge of designing and implementing a distance learning course, whereas the tutor is the person in charge of managing daily the distance learning course, that is following students in realizing their various activities. Once we have defined the pedagogical, the various actors, we now proceed to the organization of pedagogical workshop to the training, to train the pedagogical stakeholders. Because indeed, if the pedagogical stakeholders, that is the team of lecturers and tutors, are not well trained, they cannot efficiently conduct the training, and the training will fail. We have to develop the economic model and determine the tuition. Indeed, it is not randomly that we select the amount of school fees the learners will pay. It is accordingly to an economic model that we determine the tuition. Then we have identification of selection criteria. So once we have determined the development of economic model, we have now to identify the selection criteria. That selection criteria must take into consideration at least three aspects. The first aspect is the capacity of the learner to follow up successfully the training. That is the prerequisite. We make sure that the learner has the basic notions or concepts to follow up successfully the training. Second aspect is that the learner is available. So we state on the availability of the learner. And the third aspect is that the learner has the possibility to use ICTs, because distance learning training is based on ICT. So if the learner doesn't know how to use ICT tools, it is not possible for him to succeed in this program. Once we have identified the selection criteria, we now call for applications, because we have already written the various chapters, so we can now write the call for applications and submit, and also make a publicity for the training to be known. Once the application is already published, the call for application is already published, we now proceed to the course design and delivery of the technical platform, such a way that during the period of publicity of applications of the candidates, we construct the platform, that is, we implement the various courses of the pedagogical program. Then, once the platform is ready, that is, all the activities are implemented and the course materials are implemented on the platform, we now clone the platform in a writable storage unit device, such as USB flash disk, external drive, drive, etc., such a way that even when the connectivity is not good, participants can easily follow up the lectures locally on their computers at home. And once the connectivity is okay, automatically their platform are synchronized with the distance platform, and their activities are uploaded to the distance platform. As another point, very important point, it is the administration of remote centers in partnership with the program. That is for exams on seat, for dissertation defense, and other activities on seat. Then we have the organization of the launching program seminar. It is very important that one day or one period be dedicated to the launching of program. During that period, the administration must ensure the candidates or the learners that it is not a fake program, that it is a program supported by the institution. And if, for example, the rector or the president of the university is not available, one member of the administrative staff or team must intervene during this seminar to ensure the lecturer that the program, the training program is supported by the institution, and that they don't have to pay anymore. Once the launching program seminar is finished, we have now to conduct the remotely teaching activities. That is what we call tutoring. It means programming daily or weekly activities, teaching activities, and so on. And we have at the end to organize the various exams. As exams, we have the exam of the first semester, we have the exam of the second semester, and so on. And then we have, once all the exams are organized, we have to hold the examination board and publication of, and to publish the results, the various results. Once the results are published, we have now to deliver or to award diplomas. And finally, we have globally finished our season or one batch. And then the next batch, we should restart the same process following these 16 points. Thank you for your kind attention. In the next, we will see how to implement concretely a distance learning program. Thank you.
Narcis, there's a lot of really valuable information there. Are there any questions? Are there any comments? Does anyone have similar or different experiences using these sorts of platforms? There's one question from David. Please switch on your video and unmute yourself.
All right. My question is simple. I think you are proposing something online, and we see that internet connection is not as easy in many regions in Africa. So how do you think, from the logistic point of view, universities and teachers can handle this kind of issue that online education can face?
Okay, thank you very much for that question. I think that it is a point of the benchmark submitted. The thing is that it is not all the time that connectivity is bad. At times, connectivity is very good. Since this morning, my connectivity was very good up till a couple of minutes ago. And that is why we propose to clone the system. So we have techniques that clone the system. It means you have the distance learning program deployed remotely, but you have the possibility to have exactly that platform on your USB flash disk in such a way that you can work on your course locally, and when the connectivity is good, automatically your activities are uploaded to the to the central platform. So that is something that we recommend to overcome this issue in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more questions? If not, I'd like to say thank you so much to Narcis for this excellent workshop. We wished that we could have 2 or 3 hours or 2 sessions of 1.5 hours. So he's done an excellent job of bringing.
Thank you very much, Jessica. I'm sorry for the connectivity. I hope this is the first experience. Next time should be surely better. Thank you.
Absolutely. And if there's any further interest in this, please let us know, and we can perhaps organize a more detailed session. Great. So we're now entering to the stage of where there's a bit of entertainment in the program. We're going to be having a Zumba gala dance shortly. And before we do, I'd just like to reflect on some of the interesting sessions that were shown today, in the sense that we had a diversity of different ideas come across. We started off with the welcome from the different sponsors and donors, as well as supporting organizations. Then we had a fantastic keynote talking about the economy and looking at these different sectors across Africa and how we can better mobilize finances to be channeled in the right way to support local communities in the bioeconomy. we had a very interesting paper presentation session on development impacts on socio-ecological systems, where we talked about the impact of infrastructure development. We talked about the impact of informal settlement development on peri-urban areas and in green spaces and green infrastructure. We looked at the potential cleanup of the Ngoni land, and we looked at the dimensions of climate change and water scarcity and resource extraction in Southern Africa. We also went into a second session, which was looking at ICT as a connectivity, and that was really fascinating, especially some of the stats that were raised about issues of mobile phone security, looking at these new innovative techniques to think about how we provide information to rural farmers or subsistence or smallholder farmers across Africa. And then we had, of course, this fascinating panel session and this workshop, this e-learning workshop. And I'd like to conclude by just reflecting on some of the wonderful quotes that were raised by our panelists. In order to, some of the were that we need to have clear outputs, we need to have goals and vision. Successful leadership involves the ability to adapt, employing a strength-based approach. It's about collaboration and not being afraid to be seen. It's about putting your hand up, making your own contribution, your own unique contribution, and that there are no mistakes. And however you deal with the pressures that are faced is your choice, regardless of what they are. So those very hopeful comments. I thank you all for your attention.